Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, my dear audience and my dear speakers. This is me, Safiya Ali. I shall be your host for the day. I warmly welcome all of you to this event. This conference is in continuation of our efforts to provide free technology and programming related awareness through trainings. This will be the sixth year in a row that Code Movement Pakistan will be featuring a stellar lineup of tech speakers from around the globe. Um, we are excited that both local and international speakers are going to deliver the tech talks today, and we hope to have a great learning experience. And I would like to thank all of our sponsors and partners, the Atom Square, his host, JetBrains, and all others. Thank you so much. In order to have a seamless virtual experience, audience can type their question in our chat window on YouTube channel as the conference proceeds. And don't forget to subscribe our YouTube channel, Code Movement Pakistan. So let's get started. Let's have our first speaker, Mr. Junaid Atique. Within our over 10 years of industry experience, currently working as a tech lead at Rush. And his topic for today is clean architecture in Laravel apps. Over to you, Mr. Junaid.
Hello everyone, my name is Junaid Atique and today I'm going to speak about clean architecture in Laravel apps. So first of all, thanks to Code Movement Pakistan and DevCon management team for selecting me as a speaker for this session. I have a BS Computer Science degree from University of Sargodha and have software project management degree from FAST Lahore. I am currently working at Rush and we are hiring the great Laravel developers from within Pakistan. And I have over 11 years of experience and I have worked in multiple technologies. Yeah, I have started working since Code Igniter era and now worked on front end, back end, and most of the technology. So let's start our discussion by talking about the problem statement. So we need such an architecture for our application that is fully scalable both in terms of tech and teams. Multiple teams can work on the same product, and it can be scalable both horizontally, and it is highly maintainable, and the code should speak for itself. There should be no spaghetti code, and there are well defined boundaries within the code. Adding new use cases is just as easy as possible, and it must not have spaghetti any ripple effect within the code. The Why I am writing stating this problem statement is that in Pakistan, most of our tech people are tilted more towards the project based companies than the product based company. In project based companies, you have limited timeline and you have to deliver it. You make it something like bare minimum that serves the purpose, and you just deliver it within few months, and you carry on with the another project. But when you talk about products, and now we our startups in Pakistan are raising so much capital, they want to create world class products, and in our tech industry, people the developers usually don't have enough knowledge to create that kind of product. So I thought that this is some kind of lacking, so I prepared these ideas by doing some research. And now I'm trying to create propose an architecture that fulfills all these three characteristics. So let's first talk about the built-in architecture that is shipped with Laravel. Laravel is shipped with MVC architecture. MVC is a model view controller. There are three parts. The responsibility of model is to hold the business logic, and the responsibility of controller is to get the data from model and pass it to view, and view is used for presentation. This sounds really, it's really easy to understand and really easy to implement. Most of the time you download Laravel, set it up, run few artisan commands, it generate files for you, you start working, and after few days you have working product within your system. But Laravel MVC, he is really good, and as Laravel is for rapid application development, you can easily create an application within few days. But when you talk about things like the code that is maintainable over a higher period of time, and MVC kinds of explodes when for large scale applications. There are so many files, each file has so much responsibility. You change one thing at one place and it has ripple effect on other place, and it kinds of explodes. But the point I want to make here is that frameworks are not there to provide you architecture. You must define your architecture in such a way that it must speak for the use cases that you are going to implement within your product. MVC is kind of one thing that that just gives you three components, but your architecture is must revolves around your use cases, and it should be like it should support that your use case is not the complement your framework. um then let's think what we can do in order to uh, reduce these problems, and create a product that is we have, as we have defined three characteristics: maintainable, scalable, and testable. So this is the clean architecture that you may have heard, but this are a diagram serves as the pseudocode for this is same like we have pseudocode for algorithm. This is kind of a pseudocode for a great architecture. At Rush, we started MVC, and after 6 months of create after 1 year of creating an application, we hit the problem of maintaining code, and then we spent 6 months in order to fix this. And after that, we finalized some few rules within our application, and that we follow to write more of architecture that follow these characteristics. uh, you may have seen that every time every company in Pakistan, or every company that I have worked with, downloads that Laravel and modify to their own needs. But they have one way of doing it for all the projects, but that is not scalable itself. You need something that will complement your use cases, not the other way around. So we in the rest of the session we will talk about this clean architecture and how we can implement this inside Laravel. The Laravel itself is very feature rich, and provides so much flexibility. That is why I have selected Laravel, but you can use any other framework for this purpose. So these are the principles that we are going to follow for the rest of our session in order to create a great architecture. The first one is the single responsibility principle. As much as I want to emphasize on any principle, that is called that is single responsibility principle. we know we all know that changes requirement changes over time. Each change in a requirement also changes the code inside a class or a file. The more responsibility a class has, the more often do you need to change. So it is changes continuously, and if your class implement multiple responsibilities, they no longer independent to each other. In the end, you need to change your class more often, and each change is more complicated and has more side effects. The second most important principle that is going to be the foundation of this architecture is domain driven design. And that domain driven design is uh, you are focusing something that to match your it creates of tries to map your real life domain inside the code. So whenever there is a change in your uh, domain, in the real world, your code also change. So it has one to one relationship, and it's very easy to implement these kind of these domain inside your code base. Plus, if you think about real life scenarios, then there events happen inside real life. For example, you go to shopping, yeah, you put product inside your cart. This is an event that you have created. An event normally inside our when creating a solution, we don't consider these things. But we will also use event driven architecture as much as possible. So first and foremost, let's talk about the center point of our application. The entities are at the center of the entities from the clean architecture are placed at the center of the architecture. From clean architecture, entities encapsulate enterprise wide application rules. They encapsulate most general changes. For example, they are least likely to change whenever something external change. For example, they are not going to change if you change your UI, or if you change the database, they will remain the same. How we are going to define entities? We are going to use domain driven design over here. The domain driven design, anything that has continuity over time is referred as a domain. For example, a product inside a e-commerce is a domain, because its value is changing, its price is changing, its description is changing, its quantity is changing. So this is going to be a domain, and you define domain by talking to the domain expert in your from the real life domain that you are going to map within the software. So and now we are going to use Laravel rich functionality in order to create these things. And now we are going to religiously follow single responsibility principle. Laravel models implement many things. uh, you know First, let's go back a bit and think about the MVC architecture. In MVC architecture, you may have heard the term fat model thin controller. What it means, that you write all your business logic inside your model, and in order to keep your controller as thin as possible, and this helps you to sorry, there was a question. You must use as much. This will help in order to create reusable code, because you can easily uh, use the model anywhere inside your application. But what we have just said, that it is not following the single responsibility principle. Your model will change over and over again, and you will not have any track which one do you should you use. So what we are going to do, we are going to break this fat model functionality into multiple parts, and the first part is the entities. And even in the model, Laravel model provides so much functionality, like it does the create the scopes, it has the model events, it also has the eloquent ORM. So we will further divide it into, and we will have query builders in a separate folder. We will have model events, we will have custom collections, and the model itself. So we have divided the original Laravel model into four parts. So now we have completed this center point of our clean architecture. That is the entities that will change over time, have some value inside the persistent database, and will change over time. So now let's talk about the use cases, and for this use cases term, I have divided this part into two layers. One is the first one is the action. Actions define single uh, functionality. So these are the single responsibility classes that only provide one functionality. You can see there in the example that I have written over here, and it is what it is doing. It is doing only one thing, one query. So if you have a query or a calculation that you want to use multiple places inside your application, you can use actions. And these it will what is the benefit of it? The benefit of creating these single responsibility classes is to increase the reusability of your code, easily help it helps to easily create independently testable classes. You can easily test this class, and it will only change when this particular one functionality will change. So it will always live there. You may not see this for next 6 months, for example, if this particular functionality don't change. And if you have written test, you will always check that everything is working fine by running automation testing. And this will also help to create boundary around side the entities on it. I will more explain it in the later about it. And then I have create another layer around the actions. So when in the start I said that your architecture must be around the use cases of our system, then services are the things that define your use cases. Services uses different actions to fulfill one of the use case within your application. uh, Services should not care about the how the data is gathered or how it will be represented. By just looking at the services folder inside your domain, you can determine what use case that domain is providing. And by looking at the services, you can tell what the application can do. Every service should be responsible for doing one single use cases. In this example, you can see that we have multiple services, and one of the service that I have mentioned over here is using the actions defined over there. So it kinds of create another encapsulation that services will use actions and actions will use entities. And then again, the this the benefit of this one is that we can independently test each use case, each service. And now the code is speaking for itself. You will go to the services folder and you will see that what use cases it is providing. And you can see that dividing into different layers, that none of the service will directly access the entities, and it is done through actions. So now we have completed these two layers within our architecture. Now let's talk about the third most important layer of our application, and that is called application layer. In application layer, the responsibility is for validating the request, although requesting the data and building a response. Validation and response happen in a separate classes, but usually defined usually invoked this or triggered from this layer. This layer concept is the same as the controller in MVC, but we have further divided into it. We have included commands, jobs, and events. And now you can clearly see that the benefit of this architecture. For example, we have defined one of the use case. We have now the liberty to call this a use case either from controller or from command or from job, wherever we like, and the use case will remain same. And we have also achieved reusability of our system. We can easily test it, completely test it, and uh, it's really looking good. So we have discussed all these three layers, and the last one is the framework itself. This is the layer where we use Laravel rich functionality. And one of the questions said that we use can we use Laravel, should we move to Node.js? But the point I am trying to make is that are creating a great architecture, and if one of the great framework is supporting it, then you will have much more easy to good tools to implement a great application. And you can see that from this application, this diagram, that if we change the version of the framework, our core business logic will not change. Our core business logic is remaining at the center of the application, and anything changing outside have no effect over it. You can put this functionality and put it somewhere else, provide the tools that that we will further discuss, that we provide that tools somewhere else and it will start working. So your main responsibility is to handle the business logic within your application and not the anything around it. So now, we at the start we said that the code written inside the MVC has no boundaries. And why we need boundaries? We need boundaries to create our application in such a way that it is more the code has boundaries and it is independent of each other. We don't want every piece of code to know about every piece of code. So what we are going to do, we are going to create a domain that will cut through these layers. So for example, we are going to create a domain that will have its own entities, actions and use cases, and each domain will define its use cases that we are going calling services. And we, by looking at it, we will know that this domain will have these entities and it is provide these use cases. For example, in case written over here, billing is one domain, notification is one domain, shipment is one domain, and these have these domains are highly coupled within itself, but very low coupled between two domains. And how do we achieve that? So these domains are really fine grained and have its own logic, but it's not it's very common that a product will use data from order, or order will use data from product. So if domain A wants to some data from domain B, then if we create a direct call from domain A to domain P, then it knows that domain A, that there is some thing called domain B. And this is how you create coupled architecture. For example, if domain A has knowledge of domain B, then it means that domain A has knowledge of domain B, and it is highly coupled. We need low coupled domains. And how and we are going to create a third domain, a shared domain, that will have knowledge of domain A and domain B. Although domain A and domain B will both depend on this shared, but they will have no information about each other. So what we are going to do, we are going to use event dispatcher and eventual consistency for this one. If domain A will generate an event that is listened inside the shared domain will call serve that event through domain B, and domain B will again generate an event, and it will be domain that domain A will get that data. So what are the benefits of this one? Although this looks a kind of overhead, but there are multiple benefits of it. First of all, you will have low coupled domains. Domain A will have no knowledge of domain B, and everything is passed through shared domain. And the original benefit of this one is that, for example, in future, when you have highly scalable system, you can just put one of the domain out of the system, create another microservice out of it, and now you can easily horizontally scale that one domain, and it will work as a microservice. If the communication remains the same, you can easily scale each domain independently of each other, and it all of these will depend on one shared domain. And then by looking at the shared domain, you can also see that what are the communication that is happening between different domains. Everything is listed at one place. So this is really useful in this case. So let's talk about the ports and adapters within this system. So in our system we have uh, imagine the typical flow of application grows from from the code in the user interface through the application core, and back to then to the infrastructure core, and back to the application, and finally goes to the user interface. Far away from most important code, the application code, there where we have written all of our business logic. We have tools that use application uses, for example the database, the search engine, and things like that. These things that we have defined over here, the web service, the CLI, and the database, and the email service, all we call adopters. These are the adopters. And these communication with the application code doesn't randomly happen. we defined proper we defined proper communication, what was the we rules, we communication rules that will happen through these adapter and application call, and these are called adapters. These are called ports. So for example, in Laravel, requests are a port, form requests are a port, and API response is a port. And in the other side, the eloquent ORM is the port. So what is the benefit of the benefit is of this is that if you have defined the rules about the port, you can easily change the adapter. For example, if you have defined that we for in example of this is eloquent ORM. Eloquent ORM is a port. We have defined that it can do this, and we can easily change MySQL, Postgres, or any other database out of it, and our business logic is independent of that thing. So the architecture is independent. It has no idea from where the request is coming, or whatever the service is, whatever the adapter or infrastructure service it is using. For example, you are using one email service, and if you have defined a port that defines all the rules that these mail service, these are the things that mail service can use. You can change mail service whenever you want, and your business logic will have no effect over it. And so the last is the conclusion is that start an application, and the most important is the dependency go inwards. The entities are the most independent part of this architecture. Actions are dependent on entities, services are dependent on actions, and application has dependency on services. But services don't have dependency or on application. Each part is working as an independent of each other. Our application core has no dependency on the external adapters like database, email service. And this helps in really create a scalable system, that you can just put one service out of it. It can be scalable. You can change database. You can your architecture is screaming if you look through the use cases defined inside the domain, and everything is like that. So conclusion is that these are just concepts. You can use whatever you like, but the point is start creating your application like this. Do some research, create entities, create actions around it, and after some time you will see that your project is create your project is uh, g- uh, uh, going bigger and bigger. And if you have low couple domains, you can really use help from that. So questions about this session, and let me check some of the questions.
Thank you so much, Junaid, for your precious time. And that was a terrific presentation. So we have a question from Saqib Ali. Can you please name some .NET or not based framework that supports this architecture?
Actually, this framework is in the framework that I have told you. The architecture is independent of the framework. I have implemented it in Node.js and also in the Laravel. The thing is that in Laravel, I have most of the tools, and it was easy to implement, and it reduced my time. So I am just recommending Laravel. You can also create inside in any of the thing. These are just guidelines, and uh, at the starting point that frameworks should be independent of the architecture. So this is just independent of any language that uh, can call.
Okay. Do we have more questions? Yeah, from Imran Ansari. Can we use Laravel for full stack development, like front end and back end?
Actually, you can. There is no problem with that. But with the it again depends on your use case. For our use case, and for creating large scale application, now we have microservices, and on the front end we have micro front ends. So it totally depends on your use case. Right? There is no one rule that will serve all your purposes. So you will check your use case in order to do that.
All right. Thank you so much for your answer. I think we don't have any more questions. Oh, we have Saqib Ali. How can we contact you later if you have some more questions?
Yeah, yeah. My Twitter handle is mentioned. My LinkedIn profile is mentioned. You can contact me. And when the idea of this presentation was to just to start the uh, thought process inside that thought process for the developers. Just think about it. Try to create more scalable apps and more maintainable apps.
Okay, we have one more question from Sanaullah. Is there starter project available rather than we create from scratch?
Yes, there is one available that is called Porto. There is some difference between the names. For example, in that they are calling task for the layer that I was calling action, and then for the service they are calling it action, but it is called Porto. You must check it out. It has very detailed explanation of each layer, and it has something more. It is also has section where you ship the code and things like that. So uh, it also uses Docker, so it's really useful. Any other question?
Okay, I think we don't have more questions. Thank you so much, Junaid, for your time.
Thank you, Code Movement and DevCon management, and for asking for proposals for the talk and then selecting me. So thank you so much. Thank
Thank
you,
you, Junaid.
everyone. I hope you have learned something. Hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So let's move to our second speaker, Adil Mahmood. He's DevOps engineer at Lead IQ San Francisco. He is the top 8 contributor of Stack Overflow from Pakistan and top 1 in DevOps tooling of Stack Overflow. And his topic for today is Kubernetes continuous deployment. Over to you, Adil.
Hey everyone, this is me Adil, and today I will be presenting about Kubernetes. Let me share my screen. Yeah, let me know when you are good to see my screen. Hi Safiya, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can. We can.
Okay, let's get started. Hi guys, Assalamu alaikum. It's me Adil, and today we'll be going to discuss about Kubernetes CI/CD, as you can see on the screen. Um, as today it's a kind of game of pods, and you will see pods everywhere. Let's introduce about today's topic, little bit a brief introduction about me. My name is Adil, working as a DevOps engineer and free time doing Stack Overflow stuff, etc., and can speak Docker, Kubernetes, Cloud, CI/CD, and blah 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 blah. But let's move to the actual thing that we are expecting us from today. I would like to say thank you, Code Movement Pakistan, for this awesome session and event and educating our industry about the IT and trends, tool, and technology. I would like to say thank you, Camilo, one of my great mentor, and would like to say thank you, Ben, for providing AWS resources, NEKS, etc. for today demo for the DevCon. About today then agenda, we will talk like a brief introduction of what we are going to discuss today. Then I will move to what dev versus ops, the game ops part, like what the dev are expecting from the ops team and what are the ops team expecting from the dev. And then we will discuss about CI/CD visibility. And then we will discuss about CI/CD tool. It's a choice. So like, I'm not going to force like what tool you should use, but based on our dots that we will presenting today, that will help you to choose the right tool that can help to achieve high visibility. So more power to your dev team and less requests to the DevOps. And then we will have service on board, the same like when we are on board a particular person in our team. The same way we have a lot of service and we want to onboard a new service. How quick we can do that? And I allocate 5 minutes for that, and I will try my best to have a demo because as dev and ops, we are always expecting something when we see it. So we will have a demo, of course. I will try to cover that in 5 minutes. And the last 5 minutes, we will have a question or answer. If we were not able to cover anything in this session, please feel to reach me anytime. Yeah, so the games of parts. Actually, like I am presenting some sort of dots that we will connect later. Whenever we are talking about any particular tool, like in the DevOps, we have tool and that they provide two interfaces. Like either you can connect with that tool using GUI or you can connect with that tool using CLI. The purpose is how you can use them. Second purpose, how you can facilitate your dev team that they are least request to the ops team. So like they have full capability to do that. So again, this is the same question will be from audience. Let us know in the comment section. Like either you will go for the browser and either you will go for the CLI. Like most of the time when we are doing DevOps, most of the time we need a CLI tool because it's empower us to make an automation. And dev team is always expecting something in the browser, like they can interact, they can change something for themselves and they can view. They just hate CLIs. So again, normally the dev prefer browser and the ops team prefer CLI. So let us know in the comment section as well which one you prefer when you are expecting something from the ops team. And yeah, like whenever I work with the people, most of the time, like when I work with the different team, and what they're expecting us from the ops is they are looking for something they can do with the GUI instead of the CLI. Like they are not happy. They feel not good. They feel not comfortable with the GUI tool. So for the CLI, and they feel good with the GUI. And what ops are expecting? Ops team, they don't use something that provide a GUI. Like if you are interacting something with the browser, they are not looking for that. They are looking for something that they can change, that they can automate it in a single template. And we will see that how from single template, we can terraform our whole infrastructure. And like for a single template, we can create a dev environment, we can create a stage environment, and we can create test environment, whatever we want. So again, this is a war between dev and ops. And this is really important. Like for when you say that your DevOps team is quite mature. For me, a DevOps team is mature when they are receiving least requests from the dev team. Then you can say that, yeah, my ops team is now mature. Like if you're getting requests, like the ops team getting requests from the day, like for example, they are asking a question, what's the resources being used by pod, how many replica for my pods, and blah blah blah, and what are the crash loop for this week, and how many pods are dying, and which pods failing the health check, and like these things, if they are expecting and if they are reaching the ops team for these information, it's mean that you need some sort of improvement. So again, if you are receiving least requests from your dev team, it's mean that your DevOps team is mature. Give them power, but not the control. Yeah, you have to power. You have to empower your developer that they can play with their pods, they can play with the deployment, they can see the resources being used by their application. So the important thing is let them power, but not control. What if they delete your whole pods or the application? It's just like least privileges. That is really important. Like give release privileges to each body that need the access of infrastructure or your CI/CD. They believe when they see things. Yeah, it's matter to them. Like when they see, they believe that yeah, something happening. But if you give them a command like kubectl get pods, it doesn't make sense to them. Like they're not good with them. And so uh, again, the same question goes to the audience as well. And also, if Aftab would like to see your comment as well. Uh, Most of the people, like if you want to check your deployment, you need to run kubectl get deployment, and it will show the deployment in your command line tool. But yeah, it's one again. You have to type the whole command. But ops team might be okay, but it will not be okay for the dev team. And same question for the audience, which one you will select, the A or B. Both are showing same thing. And the command line, you need to run command, and the browser, you just need to open the browser and see how your pods and replica and application are connected. So this is how things work. Visibility, it's really important. Like the current visibility report, it says that DevOps visibility is really important. 80% organization, they need that visibility is important to them. They should be able to view the application resources, as I mentioned. And for example, if there's some sort of accident in the night, DevOps is not there, and incident manager want to increase the replica. For example, there is a load or there is something poor happening in the infrastructure, and the incident manager want to increase replica, or he want to check the health check or the resources being used by your pods. So he should able to do that. And the dev need wide spot crashing again. Like you don't need to go for the lengthy process. Like if he want to know that wide spot crashing is failing health check, so he don't need to do that for their own self. Again, same question from the audience, and we are expecting comment from you that either you will go for A or B. They are representing the same thing, but which one suit you to good? So again, like it's totally depend upon the tool. If same tool facilitated ops tool with option A, and same tool like on the same infrastructure, you can have the B option as well. Then you say that, yeah, this tool is something that you really needed. And yeah, DORA, it's a DevOps research and assessment. It's a Google research a research group. As you know, that DevOps practice come out from the Google, and the same thing, like they are doing a lot of work on the DevOps side, like they are doing some sort of research, how to improve the DevOps field. Like again, as everyone say that DevOps is just like, it's a practice. It's not something that you should apply or use, you can something. It's not kind of rule, but it's a practice that we follow. So they are every year they are publishing the DORA report with some good metrics about the industry. So they are saying that deployment frequency, how often an organization is successfully released to production. They call them deployment frequency. lead time for change, how much time you need to change or update the resources. Like recently we have vulnerability and log4j, and everyone want to update their services. Most of the services face some sort of outage. So avoid that. How could you handle that? So lead time for change is really important. Second thing, change time, change failure rate, like how you can minimize failure in your deployment and time to restore service when there's something bad happen that is happening on the infrastructure. It's not something new. Even AWS, if AWS can went down, or if they have some sort of outage, so it means we are already down because we are using their resources. So how much time you need, how much time you are taking to recover them? So here are the metrics. Like when most of the people, if you are going for a manual deployment, and really it's a kind of risky, and if you are going for something that hard to roll back, again, it's not something that you can such a good way. So they have some sort of metrics. Deployment frequency, if you are performing one deployment per day or per hour, you are high performer. Medium, one by week, and low performer, one by week, one by month, and low performer, one by month. Like if you are misguided, like if your deployment is 1 by 6 months, or your load time of change is and your time of recovery is 1 week, it's mean that you are a low performer. You need to work on your matrices. You need to improve that. Yeah, so this is how evolve the DORA. Like they based on their metrics, like how people improve their DevOps field by their like performer. We can see that elite performer went from 7 to 26. And when it will happen, when you have a good tool, when you have a tool that can facilitate you, like it's not help to create mess in your infrastructure, that can facilitate you. So again, like why we are discussing that, we will connect our dots when we reach to what we are trying to discuss. So the problem is we are trying to give you something that cover all the things, that based on DORA, that based on latest trends and practices, the good practices in DevOps. So we will choose that tool. Yeah, so let's talk about the choice of tool. If you automate a mess, you get an automated mess. Again, so whenever, like it's a responsibility of a DevOps team, whenever they are going to automate something, they have to check that it's not a mess, and like it's a good tool, and they are able to educate, and they are able to support or your developer, your dev team. So this is really important. Don't go for a mess to automate it. Let's clean it. Let's apply some sort of convention and all the things. Once you have that, then it's mean that your CI/CD process will be good. And of course, we need a tool that supports DORA metrics. It's really important. For example, I'm not sure if Jenkins provide you the way to maintain a DORA reports, how much pipeline are failing and blah, blah, blah. Support give you visibility that which part is crashing. Like, so again, we need a tool that these perform. Ops use can CLI again. Like if the tool provide you two interfaces, a rich interface with the CLI, a rich interface with the browser, yes, that's the right tool. And one thing that I always prep for with the microservice, for example, we have 40, 45 plus microservices. If you want to manage pipeline for these, it's not easy job, man. Like if you want to update a single pipeline, it takes an hour or 2 hours. For example, there is a Docker image that where you want to update in all the pipeline. It's not, it's a mess. It will take your week to update all the pipeline. So what? Like the same, we have reuse code, same we can use reusable pipeline. So we will see that how we can use reusable pipeline and the demo. So stay with us. And least privileges, again, like you have to take care of privileges. Like one should not have privileges to the production environment, and they should only have 2 privileges to the dev environment. And yes, so again, like I told you that then we will try to connect the dots. So I'm going to connect my first dots, and that's a GitLab. Like why I choose GitLab as our CI/CD platform. So like they give you everything that you need. They have full support for DORA metrics. They support everything for the DevOps they need, support every best practice. They give you the Git. Something come with the bundle. They give you the Docker registry as well. And the most beauty of GitLab is, like recently I was working with a project that they want to build some sort of application, Apple application, which is like if you want to run a virtual machine of Apple, it's a kind of bit expensive. So what if you want to run them on your local machine and everyone can use them? Like for example, your single machine will be acting as a CI/CD machine. So GitLab provide you a way to connect your local machine, your Mac system with the runner, and you can run pipeline on that one. And the next beauty is like you can run multiple. For example, if you want to run a build pipeline or for Android build pipeline on Linux machine, and if you want to run app or Mac OS on Mac OS machine, so they give you this ability to run application on different things. And ops convention really matter. We are getting short of time, so that's why I will skip a bit. Ops convention really matter. So whenever you want to create a repository, let the dev team know that this is our convention. We will use this template for the CI/CD. Like there should always, you should create a repository, and every dev team create a repository from that boilerplate, or you can say a template. So again, use GitLab repositories and Amazon Egress if you can. Service name, like for example, if you have 100 of services, how one can remember the name? So the practice is use repository name as the service, and GitLab give you repository name, like they provide you 80 plus environment variable when a pipeline executed. So you can use the convention, whatever you want. And use GitLab extended or include for central management. So you don't need to, like if you have 40 pipeline, you don't need to update 40 pipeline. You can just give a single source of pipeline and rest of them can use them or include them. Use cluster autoscaler. It's really important. Like if you're working in Kubernetes and you want to scale, it's really important to use cluster at this scheduler as well. For example, if you at the night you need or the weekend you need just 2 services to up and running. So why you need 10 nodes on your cluster? So a descheduler will help you to kill your nodes and only make them those nodes which really need for your application. So if you, it's a question from you people. So if you create a repository named DevCon app and our base name is devops.com, then what will be the fully qualified domain for your services? Let us know in the comment section. Okay, so finally, the tool that we are going to discuss, like the next tool that will be acting for our Kubernetes deployment, it will be in Argo CD. The things, this is our last dot that we are trying to connect. Argo CD is declarative GitOps continuous delivery tool for Kubernetes. Like you can see, the beauty of Argo CD is that they provide you web UI that is for the ops team, for the dev team, and they provide you a CLI that's for the ops team. And like you can read further things about the Argo CD. The last thing, yes, installation. It's really simple. To be honest, I just hate installation which need me Java, JDK, blah blah blah. If I talk particularly about Jenkins, and when you want to install Argo CD, it's just simple hand chart. And yeah, the last thing, hopefully we are here about the demo, and yes, anything can be happen. So guys, stay with me, and if a Tesla is not that good, so any demo can went wrong. So stay with me, and let's see how our demo work. So in our demo, we are going to onboard our new service. It will be totally a service totally from scratch. We are creating a repository now, and we will see that can we onboard the new service in 5 minutes. If we can, then it's good. If not, then it's fine, man. We can see somewhere in weekly jam. Okay, I hope you can see my screen. I created a CI template, and what I'm going to create, I'm create a new project and create a blank project and name it DevCon app, and that's it. Going to make it public. So if you people want to view it or see it for a later purpose, so you can have that, create a project, and oh wow, it's done. Let's try to clone it. Okay, I'm going to clone the project here, and we also, I'm going to for the CI template. Like this is like I told you that we need to create a template for your ops team, that for your dev team, and define your convention, that how the health check will work, what will be the service port, what will be the service name, and what will be the ingress, and blah blah blah. So this is really important. Like as I mentioned, that convention should be declared by the ops team. So this is our really fresh DevCon app. There is nothing. And now I'm going to here, open the code. Yes, this is our DevCon app. It's nothing here. So I'm going to the repo. You know, I always believe when I see things. So I think this is the right thing. Yeah, there's nothing. So I'm just creating an Express app on Node.js, and that's done. And as I mentioned, like we need to check what our CI template say that. To use this template, copy the Helm chart from your repo and grab, okay, we are going to grab the Helm chart from CI/CD, copy it and paste it here. And same for the Docker file. It's the same Node.js app. You might need a little bit, it's not a big problem. Paste it here, and again they are saying that create a health check. Okay, I'm going to add a health check here, app.js. This is a health check, and we need to add a few things more. Express, let me get DevCon. I hope you are catching me. We are running out of time, but the purpose is to show you something in 5 minutes. Okay, so it's done. Yeah, it's done. Docker file, what's the suggestion next? It's saying that create, GitLab file. Okay, let me create one. It's done. Now I have GitLab file, and now we have suggestion from the ops team to include that. We are just pretty much simple. That's it. We are done with our pipeline, and we will see how it will work, how it will not break. Okay, so this is Docker file, this is the CI, and yeah, I have 1 minute. So let's do it. Let's do it. CD DEVCON, yeah. Sorry guys. Get status, that get done, get commit, -m, onboard service. Yeah, this is our service to going to be on board in 5 minutes. A Node.js service. Get push. Oregon, man. Okay, here we go. I think. And let's refresh it so we can see the code. Yes, we have the code now here, and going for the CI/CD pipeline section, and wow, it's running, man. It's running. So let's see. Like we can check here. We don't have. Yeah, again, like with 30 minutes, it's really hard to explore each and everything. I have, I think, still 4 minutes, but I will try my best. We don't have any application yet in the Argo CD, but we will see. This is the GUI of Argo CD, and pipeline is running. Yeah, build is done, and deployment is in progress. So hopefully let's take 6 minutes or probably 5 to 6 minutes, but we will see a DevCon app soon. So stay with me. Let's refresh this too. And meanwhile, if you have some sort of question, sir, will you remember devs, how to become a DevOps engineer? Okay, I can see your question.
So you can answer
So,
that.
yeah, of course. Guys, so the roadmap for DevOps is, like for me, for any person who want to move to the DevOps, the roadmap is really simple. Like there are a few things that you should know. containerization is everywhere. Like the game of pods, you have to understand the game of pods everywhere. It's happening. Like without that, it's something without impossible. The world is moving toward virtualization. So the first thing is bash script. It's really you need to know the how to write a script. You should love CLI. Not it's not about the browser that you love browser. You should love CLI. Second thing, the bash script, you should be jack of all trades. You should understand how to debug a Python application, how to debug a Node.js application, how to debug a Laravel. It's like you should have knowledge at least of every language. So again, bash script, Docker, it's something that like container, and then you should know you should Dockerize each and every application. Like you should Dockerize once a Hello World app of Node.js, Python, blah blah blah, and then cloud. At least like you should know one cloud, either it's Azure, Google, or AWS, and yes, there is no limit, man. There are a lot of things, but it's something that you can give entry to the DevOps. Once you enter, then you will explore the world. Okay, guys, I hope I answered your question well.
We have one more question
Okay,
from Imran Sari.
yes,
How
please.
Kubernetes is considered as efficient solution over Docker Swarm?
I think, like you can see, we just deploy our service in Kubernetes. Like Docker Swarm, uh, if we talk about like every technology has some sort of advancement. If we talk about the advancement, if you were to go or achieve something at next level, then Kubernetes is for that. Like for example, you don't have cluster auto scheduler and Docker Swarm, and you don't have descheduler and Docker Swarm. And the second thing, like you have ingress that perform really well, and then you have like scaling, maintaining, reliability, and service onboarding. Like it's really matter that how, and the second thing is visibility and monitoring. Like with Kubernetes, every day you have dozen of integration with Kubernetes. Like you can integrate. The monitoring is awesome. Deployment is awesome. So like we have a very famous quote: "Go for the things that adopted by the community." So I think the Docker Swarm is something that is about to die. That like if I say that it's about to die.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you. Sir, we have one more question. Adil,
yeah. By
question is
profession,
from,
I'm a front end.
yeah,
Yeah, I
please.
can see the question.
Okay.
By profession, I'm a front-end dev for 3 years, and I'm thinking about to switch DevOps. Do you multiple reason? I would like to know your thoughts. Yeah, it's totally good. Like I can say that DevOps is the most hottest field nowadays. So like if someone asks you that I want to start my career, let them suggest, because if you are going for a .NET, there are people in the industry that they have 10 years of experience. So how you will compete in the industry? How you will be a part of that industry? So, and if you go for a DevOps, you don't need to worry about. With 1 year of experience, people will mostly welcome you. It's something that really new, and like, and in a world, it's almost 5, 6 year old or more than that. But in Pakistan, it's still new, and you will have good room on that.
Okay, thank you so much for your answer, Adil. I hope you guys got the
Uh,
answer and you enjoyed the session.
yeah, I hope so. And we did that. Unfortunately, it's for some reason like it's not loading for me, but I promise that yeah, everything went well. I'm also out of my time.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you everyone. Thank you everyone for
Thank you,
tuning in.
Adil. Thank you. That was awesome. Thank you. So let's move to our next speaker. He's Mr. Abdul Rahman Aftab. He's Microsoft certified trainer and a principal software engineer. And his topic for today is securing cloud resources on Azure. Over to you, Abdul Rahman.
Sure. Thank you, Safiya. Hi, everyone. This is Abdul Rehman, and I am, as Safiya mentioned, I'm basically a Microsoft certified trainer, principal software engineer, and also serving in Code Movement, Pakistan. looking into the Lahore chapter. So let me quickly share my slides. Perfect. So let's get started. So today's agenda, I'll be talking about securing cloud resources on Azure. So how we can, so for example, we have multiple resources like virtual machines and databases in which uh, we are using in our corporations, and we really need to secure them. And security is the critical part of any organization in these days and in today's era. So how we can secure them and how we can make sure that no unknown person can have access to those resources. So what we'll do today is we'll go through configuring the virtual networks, what virtual networks are, and what are the network gateways. We will configure the firewalls as well, how you can configure the firewall. I'll show you and I'll demo you as well. We'll configure the DNS schemes, and then we'll install some signed certificates. So these certificates means that whoever has this certificate will be authorized to access those resources on Azure. So we'll install the certificates on our machine first, and then we'll configure those certificates on Azure and see how they communicate with each other. So let's get started. The first module is for configuring the virtual networks. So virtual networks, what virtual networks are. So in this configuration, we'll see how you can plan the networks, what are the subnets, and how you can plan your IP addressing schemes and associate the public and private IPs, and then we'll see the demonstration on Azure itself. So how you can plan the virtual network. So what virtual networks are? So the virtual network is kind of a logical representation of a network, you can say. So for example, you are in an organization and you have the private network in that. So you can so it's same like that network. So a network in a cloud, but it's a virtual, it's private, no unknown person, or it's not exposed to any public IP, unless we expose it to any public IP with some mechanism. So so we can create a dedicated private cloud only virtual network. We can also use some hybrid cloud scenarios. For example, uh, your data is in your on-prem servers and you want to communicate with that data from inside your virtual network. We can do that as well. And you can also securely extend your data centers and with virtual networks. So inside virtual networks we have subnets, and inside those subnets we can create one or more network interface cards, or we can also assign them to some security groups. So what are the subnets? So subnets are basically s- so subnets can be, you can say, some segments of the virtual network. So we in the virtual networks we have many IPs. We have a number of IPs, or we have an IP pool, and we divide those IPs to different subnets. We divide those pools to different subnets, and we can configure those pools based on our needs. So for example, our database is using one subnet and our virtual machine is using another subnet. It's up to us how we can configure. So it's kind of a logical division within your network. So each subnet must have a unique address ranges, and those ranges cannot overlap with other subnets in the VNet in the subscription. So it you need to make sure that if you have more than one virtual networks, you have to be very careful in allocating them private IPs, because those IPs cannot conflict with each other. So uh, by so each subnet can have unique IP addresses or unique address range. So for example, dot zero is the network address, dot one is reserved by Azure for the default gateway, dot two and dot three reserved by Azure to map the Azure DNS IPs with the vNetwork space, and dot 255 is for the network broadcast address. So these are some reserved 5 IP addresses within each subnet. So I would recommend you not use them inside your network, because these are reserved. And so how you can create a virtual network? Simply go to Azure, click on create, and go select, just simply write, click create virtual network, or simply write virtual network. You will see some screen like I have put the screenshot onto the right side, and you can configure those virtual networks. You can assign the name, regions, and other addressing schemes as well. We'll see in a while. And then how you can plan those plan IP addressing. So in IPs, we have two types of IPs. One is public IP addressings, and second one is the private. So in the previous slides, you'll see that in the IPv4, it's written 10.0 or 10.0.1, 10.0.2. So these are the private IP addressing schemes. So private IP addresses are basically those IPs that communicate inside the virtual network and that are not exposed to outside. Even if I ping 10.10.10.0, it means that my router will be pinging something inside my home network or my corporation's network. So how it knows that it's inside my X subscription and X virtual network. So for that, we'll use the public IP addresses. So public IPs are those that are public facing, and we'll use these IPs to communicate with the internet or other Azure public facing services. And then we will map those IPs, map the public IP with the help of the DNS. With the private IP, so anyone from public. So, for example, we have a resource on Azure, which is an app service, and it needs to communicate with the database, which is behind the virtual network, right? So we'll with the public IP, we'll whitelist that public IP, or we'll configure that public IP with the help of DNS inside the virtual network, so it knows that this is the allowed IP, and it can communicate inside the virtual network. So how you can create the public IPs? It's simple. You have basically two SKUs, basic and standard. You have two states as well, dynamic or static. You can do some zone redundant or local redundant IP addressing schemes. Depends on what you need and how critical your situation is, and you can assign them as much range as you want, as a range of contiguous addresses available as a prefix. So in the demonstration, as we have shortage of time, so we'll not move towards the PowerShell script. We'll do from the portal. So I'll show you real quick how you can create virtual networks. So for example, this is Azure, and I go to create. So first we'll create a resource group. So a resource group, you can say, is kind of a container that contains one or more resources from Azure. So for example, I'll select my subscription and I'll say DevCon 6 day 2. East US is fine. I'll click create. And inside this resource group, we'll create some resources like virtual network and the gateways and everything. So it's done. I'll click create. Simply write virtual network. So you'll see that the first one, simply click on that and click create. So we have limited time, so I'll try to cover it as much as I can, and I'll be a little bit fast. So we can give it some ABC XYZ name. And then we have, you see that it is asking for some addresses space. So these are basically the pools, address pools that we need to specify what is the addressing pool, or what private addressing schemes this virtual network will use. So for example, if I try 10.10.0.0, so it gives me the warning that this virtual network is already being used in some other virtual network, and it is overlapping. So it is highly not recommended to use such scenarios. Either you can change the public IP addressing, or you can do, for example, 20.10 or 20.0, whatever. So this can be like addressing schemes that you can configure or you can use inside your virtual networks. So once you create a virtual network, you'll see something like I've already created some networks, because these virtual networks and some these networking parts takes like 5 to 10 minutes to create in Azure. So to save some time, I've already created some. 6. So you see that I have this virtual network. So you see that this is the address space, and if I go into subnets, I've created two subnets. One is the default, and the other one is the gateway subnet. I'll tell you in a while what is the gateway subnet. So far so good. Now the next step is to configure. So we have configured a virtual network. Now what we need to do is we need to configure a virtual network gateway. So a gateway is kind of as with the name, it's a gateway from which you can access the resources of the virtual network. For example, you need to connect with the database on your local machine. So how you can connect with the local machine so it is with the help of a gateway. So you'll have some gateway, or you can say it's kind of a VPN. You will install some VPN on your local machine, you will connect to it, and that VPN will be communicating with the gateway, and the gateway will be communicating with the virtual network. All right, these are some of the resources that you can check on docs.microsoft.com/learn, and do some practice on your side, maybe implementing some Windows Server infrastructure as a service, VM IP addressing and routing. So that's you can say it's your task. And how you can configure a virtual network gateway. So gateway subnet inside a virtual network, we'll see some VPN types and gateway type. We'll configure the point to site configurations, and then we'll see how we can demo, right? So as I mentioned earlier, a gateway is kind of a gateway that communicates outside services or outside IPs or outside network with the inside virtual network. So go in VNet gateway. And so how you can create a gateway, it's same like click on create a resource. For example, I go into this and click on create network gateway. Come on. Okay, so here you'll see different configurations. For example, gateway type, SKUs. So make sure everything is in the same region to avoid any conflicts and to avoid any latency issues. So we'll see that gateway type is VPN or express route. So express route means it's kind of a faster way to connect any external service with the virtual network or with the resources inside the virtual network. So we'll configure express route, but for now we'll go with the VPN, and VPN should be the route based. And here are the SKUs. We'll go with the first one, Gen 1, to avoid a high pressing because it's a demo. And here you'll see that you'll have to select any the virtual network to configure it with the gateway. Right. So it says that it's already in use because I've already created a gateway. So a gateway has a separate subnet. It is by default it is known as the gateway subnet, and you can assign it the IP. So dot one is reserved for the gateway, so I assign the dot one. And if I go into that virtual network, I'll show you real quick. I have VNet gateway. So VNet gateway, you see that we have these SKUs, and it's simple. It is a simple gateway. Unless we configure, we'll do some configurations, which are point to site configurations, and some configuration are also mentioned here. So point to site configurations means your system is there are two types of configurations. One is point to site, and the other one is site to site. So site to site means you want to connect your one network with the Azure Virtual Network. So there are two sites. One is Azure Virtual Network, and the other one is, for example, maybe your organization. So you want your organization, or some people in your organization to connect with the virtual network that contains the resources of only your organization. So I gave example of on-prem DB servers as well. So you can take example of that. And point to site means I am an individual. I want to connect with my database that is behind the virtual network, and this is a point, and the site is the virtual network. So I'll configure with point to site. So point to site configurations has multiple ways. So for example, you can configure with Azure Active Directory as well. You can you can configure with Azure certificates. So we'll go with the certificate one. You can also use some radius authentication. So there are three types of authentication schemes, and then we'll create some root certificates, and the client certificates on our local machine, and then we'll configure the public part of the root certificate inside the Azure. So Azure knows that this is a right certificate, and this certificate is authorized to access the resources of virtual network. All right. So we have 12 minutes left. Let's quickly wind up. So, so I'll just quickly go through the firewalls. So firewalls means that there are some rules that resides that secure the resources behind the virtual network. So you can say that those rules or set of rules are known as firewalls. So a hub spoke network topology is kind of recommended. So which means that there is a hub that contains your VPN gateway and firewall and other resources that communicates with each other as per depicted in the diagram. Configuring of Azure DNS. So Azure DNS means that will identify custom and you need to identify some domains and custom domains. You need to go with Azure DNS zones, delegated DNS zones. So for this example, it is not sort of uh, required. So we'll just skip through it. But this is very important topic if you need to configure your inside your corporate network with the Azure Virtual Network. Okay, and let's see how we can install the signed certificates. So for the certificates, I'll open up Windows Terminal. Let me show it up here. Let me open up the right path. Okay. So so this is my terminal, and here you can see that I am in this path. So I'll go with, I have some pre-written scripts here. I can share with you as well. So not a rocket science. We'll just we have, so if you know some PowerShell, you'll easily understand what this script is. So we're creating some new self-signed certificate. And the type is custom. The subject is this. So subject means it's a name, and it is exportable with the algorithm of this, and it's the key of the certificate. The key length of the certificate is this, and the stored location is current user. So you can either go with current user, or you can also store it as part of a local machine. It depends on you. And I'll just click create. Oops, one second. I think I have to change the name because it here me DevCon 6, or I say D2 DevCon 6. Okay, I click enter. So it is. So now I'll show you if you want to see what certificates you have. So you see that these are all the certificate that resides in your current user directory. So this is the certificate that I just created. So this is a thumbprint. So you will be needing the thumbprint in the next command. So this we have just created a root certificate. So there are two types of certificate. One of them is root certificate. The root certificate will be configured inside the Azure, and the other one is a client certificate. So the client certificate means that a machine that has a client certificate can be communicating with the root certificate, and or can be communicating with the VNet gateway. So we'll create a client certificate that is signed by the root certificate. So for example, we'll oops, my bad. We'll just need this thumbprint, so we can have this the root certificate in the cert variable. You have that, and then you can install the signed certificate. So you see that we are creating another certificate. This is client certificate. So I see D2 DevCon 6 VNet client cert. So the first one was root cert. And this is, you can see that we are also mentioning that this has an expiry within 1 year, so you can mention the expiry as well. And this certificate is signed by the signer is the cert. What is the cert? The cert is basically the certificate that we just created, which is also known as the root certificate. So once we have the certificate, you'll see the thumbprint of that, which means it is created. So if I go in cert manager, oops, in personal, so you see that I'm in current user personal certificate. So you see that we'll have these two certificates. One of them is root, and the other one is client. So this one is client, and this one is root. So this client certificate is also issued by root certificate. As you see that we have signed it with the root certificate. So these both are basically linked. The next step you need to do is you need to right click on to the root certificate, all tasks, export. Next, you'll see you go select the do not export private key, and you'll export this certificate as the base64 encoded certificate. The file name is can be any. For example, I'll go with new, whatever. Next, finish. The certificate is exported. If I go into my pass now, you'll see that I have this new certificate in here. So if I go into right click, open with VS Code. So you'll see this is the base64 encoded public part of the root certificate. So this is basically the public key that we need to configure in Azure in the here. So if you go select the Azure certificate, you'll see these options. Simply mention the name and the public certificate data here, and click save. So it will take a while and save as part of the VNet gateway. So as my machine also has a client certificate, so it won't be an issue to connect. Oops. So there is some sort of maybe the VNet gateway expired or something. Anyways, I'll just quickly go through it. So what you need to do next is once this is saved, so you'll go and download the VPN client. So it will download the client exes on your file. So just run those executable files, and if I see here, no, VNet Gateway 1. So you'll see that I have these some certificates. So these are generic for 64-bit and for 32-bit. I will install this on my local machine. It will just take 1 second. So once this is installed, you'll go to settings, and in the VPN settings, you will be seeing the certificates DevCon 6 VNet or whatever is the name of your virtual network. You will click connect, and you'll be showing with this one. Simply click connect, continue, and uh, so due to some errors on to the VNet gateway, it is not currently configuring because I was configuring on my other machine. So once this is connected, it should be connected. So then you'll able to access those resources on Azure. So for example, I've already created a SQL server. So inside the SQL server, you'll go into firewall and virtual networks. And here you'll simply select the virtual network that is created. So go and select add existing virtual network. Simply select the virtual network and the subnet of the virtual network. Do not select the gateway subnet because it is specific for the VNet gateway. Simply select the default one or any other VNet gateway that you uh, any other subnet that you configured earlier, and it will be enabled here. So once it is enabled, you will be able to go in. You will able to connect your database to this virtual network. You'll see that I haven't configured any IP addressing in here. I haven't configured anything, but from this I'll be able to access my resources behind the virtual network. So one more thing that you need to configure, which is the private endpoint. So private endpoints means that these private endpoints will be configuring the public endpoint of the database, and it will be communicating to the private part of the VNet gateway. So while creating the SQL server, you'll see the configurations of the private endpoint. Simply configure that. So there are a couple of fields. You just need to provide the name and select the destination resources. So you see that my FQDN is this, and it is assigned with this private IP. So what I need to do is I need to go to my hosts. Since we have 1 minute left, I'll just quickly go through it. Do we have any questions?
Yes, we have, I believe, one
Let's
or
take
two.
questions now.
We have one question from Muhammad Imran Ansari.
Mhm.
And the question is, does Microsoft Defender for Cloud also support hybrid cloud security like AWS and Google Cloud Platform?
Yes, so Microsoft fully support hybrid cloud scenarios. So for example, if you have some resources on either AWS or Google Cloud or any of your on-prem servers, you can configure those scenarios inside Microsoft Azure as well. So we're having a session on Microsoft Defender from Khalid Hussain today. So he is an expert in that. So I think he will be sharing some more resources or more knowledge on that. So, but for sure, this is supported.
Okay, if question one answer is yes, then he has one more question for hybrid cloud security, AWS and Google Platform. Yeah, which important, which components needs to configure?
This is kind of a big debate, Imran. Not the debate, but this requires some for hybrid cloud security, so for which security you need to configure. So there are different kind of scenarios, as I mentioned, that maybe you need some side to side configurations, or what exactly you need to do. So that depends. You need to configure some route tables as well. You need to configure network security groups, and you also need to configure the defender itself on the onto the Azure side. So both can configure. So for example, you have a network on AWS, you have network on Google or an Azure. So all if all need to configure, if all need to communicate, then you need to configure maybe one of the important thing is are the route tables. So you need to configure those, and then that depends on your scenario what more things you need to configure. So there are extensive set of documentation available on docs.microsoft.com, or you can go to docs.microsoft.com/learn, and there are extensive docs available. You can simply go through it, and if you still face any issue, feel free to contact me anytime, and I'll just put it up on the screen.
Okay. Khalid Hussain commented that he will answer in his session for this
Perfect.
question.
That's perfect.
Right. So, are we done with your session, Abdurrahman?
Yes, just if anyone needs to contact me, simply go to this linktree/Abdul Rehman Aftab, or simply connect me on LinkedIn or Twitter. I'll be happy to answer any of the queries. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Abdurrahman, for your enlightening speech. And let's move to our next speaker. She's Hannan Naseem. She's AI expert, data scientist at Nyko Blue, and she's AI developer and researcher also. And her topic for today is cybersecurity using AI. Over to you, Hannan.
Thank you, Safiya.
Thank
Um,
you.
okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Hannan Naseem, and today I will be talking on cybersecurity using artificial intelligence. First, let me share my screen. Okay. So the topic here we're going to talk about is cybersecurity using artificial intelligence. For sure, those both terms are really broader on their own aspects and everything, but we will try to cover and touch them, everything related to them. In this short time. First of all, we will directly see some statistics. You might be wondering why just directly statistics. This is to emphasize the reason why we need cybersecurity. You see that up till 2016, we have everything is like raised up to 64% as compared to the past values, and up to 2021, we have like trillion of dollar industry um, to to um, to cover the damages caused by cybercrimes. And again, every single stat is so bothering that we have to put our all the focus to resolve this kind of problems and try to solve underlying concerns with them. So again, we see that we just leave the years before 2021 and focus on the year 2021 only. We see that 84% of organizations in USA suffered with ransomware or phishing attacks, and they had to pay $500,000 to recover their data and to protect their privacy. So the attacks that we can have here are like malware or software. Maybe we can just go through them for 1 or 2 seconds each. Malware are like a general term or umbrella term used to that covers all kind of viruses. And then we have phishing, to if any hacker is intruding our network or our files or our system. Password attacks, if they are like trying to detect what our password is to access our private emails or private accounts. Then we have DOS attacks to downgrade our services. We have man in the middle attack, again the intrusion or eavesdropping, listening what's happening on both sides, source and destination. Then we have drive-by download attacks. They are sent or attached with the attachments we received on emails, or when we click a link somewhere on YouTube, or any browser. We just download those links, and there may be some malware attached to them, which can spread in our system and can ruin our data, or um, can spy on us. Malvertising, again, the advertisement based malware, and rogue software, which where they pretend to be the malware but they are actually not, and we get into that and we pay them for their fake activity or fake malware pretending. So next important concept to proceed with cybersecurity and artificial intelligence is CIA triad. CIA, not the CIA for like agency or something like that. It's like three terms that are very important in every organization, every business that need to secure their data. They should make sure that their confidentiality is not compromised at all. The data they send is same as it is received on the other end, and their website or their services is available all the time. Um, to proceed with the paradigm of artificial intelligence, we should know that what are current problems in cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is let's just talk about it in a way that the traditional cybersecurity right now has a lot of capabilities to deal with attacks and the viruses, and they try their best to avoid your personal data from outside intrusions, but still we need to target these problems, which are like number of attacks because you see that every day users, devices, and with the concept of information internet of things, IoT, we have a lot more ports which are vulnerable for hackers, from where they can jump into our personal PCs or systems. We have like number of attacks are also affected by those intrusions. Also, that cybercrime is getting a business. They are dealing over people's personal data, and they are selling and buying. So this way, the motivation to attack other people systems is getting higher and higher. Second thing is that, as in the previous year, in the last slides, I mentioned about specifically stats in 2021. So we see that in the last 2 years, everything was almost moved to remote working. So organization, offices, they all just shifted their working and domains to the remote works, the remote systems, and every employee is a vulnerable port, or we can say a window for hackers to access, maybe the organization servers, probably. So this kind of activities are really getting along, and network logs are getting in bulk right now. So previously, data was analyzed manually. They are the intrusion protection system or intrusion detection systems are mostly signature based, and they just create a pattern or save a huge database which says, okay, this file matches this malware, this file matches this malware. If this is the signature, this or any percentage, then the file or executable file on your system is like a malware, and this can lead to maybe false negative or false positive kind of stuff. Um, Also, that the database there is, because every day the number of attacks are increasing, so database behind the scene is so huge that comparing that with every new file takes like you can understand what time it can take. Although we can increase our servers, we can increase our computation powers, but why not invest in something useful? Okay, this is, I would say, a dumb word to attack, dumb word to match every single new file with a huge database and telling either it is malware or not. So this is also motivation or problem in traditional cybersecurity. Next thing that we have here is smart everywhere. Smart everywhere means, right now we have smart AC, smart machines, smart, like everything, a smart home, you can say. So all those things that are going to be smart are also exposing to the internet, or Wi-Fi, you know. So everything on that network or web system is on, at risk anyhow. So zero-day attack, this is most important, because you see that zero-day attack means hacker knows that your system has this problem or this vulnerability, but you don't know. Okay, so these kind of attacks are just get ignored using traditional cybersecurity, and they need to be addressed in their earlier stage. Okay, so next thing is that, along with all these concepts we just went through, there's a concept of big data. We know that data is enormously big, and to find out specific signature, we have to go through all those data manually and analyze them. Okay, um, and and the problem is that it is not possible that every previous signature is repeated. Maybe next time hacker is metamorphing his appearance, maybe he's like hiding himself behind some access logs on your computer, or maybe they are changing their access dates on your computer so that we just cannot see when was our computer or our system was being compromised. So big data, to analyze big data manually is a big problem. And as we know that these all problems are like modern day problem. They are um, they are modern day problem in a sense that if we just talk about recent activities or recent scenario of the whole world, we have corona. This pandemic is causing again everything to convert to the virtual appearances, and uh, this was not something 10 years ago or even 3 years ago. So this is kind of modern thing. So we know that modern problems require modern solutions. So artificial intelligence is the new normal. We need artificial intelligence in cybersecurity to deal with all those kind of concepts, and and see how what aspects can we convert to learn by a machine itself instead of dedicated human resources. um, okay, cybersecurity, artificial intelligence and security, smart security, or cognitive security, there are like same terms. And we just talked about something like signature based anomaly detection. um, this I explained earlier. The signature base is something that you have to match exact pattern with the new data, and for that purpose you have to go through all of the database you have. So anomaly detection is a solution, and this is achieved by artificial intelligence. We will discuss that term a little more here. So you see, if there's a child, let's say, and you want to teach him this is good and this is not good. Okay, there is something in his mind that learns the behavior automatically. Okay, um, he will not every time pick a thing and come to you and ask, Is this good? Is this bad? Is this good? Is this bad? So this is kind of irritating. You just you just train him in a way by exposing him to a lot of good and bad things and telling him, okay, this is good, this is not good, this is this you have to choose and this you don't have to choose. And then he automatically gets next time that, okay, I have to choose the right things. And if there is something wrong, he will not come to you for confirmation. He will just know the behavior himself and detect if this is right or not. So this is somehow artificial intelligence or machine learning or all these models which are stated here, SVM, decision trees or logistic regressions, and many more. They are like, we can say, a new brain or unused brain, we can say, which learns a specific task. And in our case, we have to expose a lot of data to that model, and that data should include all of the required attacks. For example, we want to classify between DOS attacks and a normal data. So it just learns the behavior, underlying behavior. It sees what DOS attacks means. We will see also them in later slides. And what a normal data looks like. Next time, when the new executable file comes or new log file comes, or a new URL hits your server, your model does not need to match it with your signature-based data set. It will automatically see the statistics behind that file, and it knows that, okay, this is anomaly and this is not anomaly. Um, Application of data science and cybersecurity are very important. Right now, this is not a matter like, okay, we just train a model and everything is solved in cybersecurity. No, it does not work like that, actually. We have to divide the domains, and we have to cluster the applications and see what should be done with what kind of data and what kind of information. For example, if we start with our first block, we have risk assessment, and it means that our model should be intelligent enough to choose that what kind of risks can occur here. Okay, for this kind of domain, we need a data that has all the kind of risks that are possible, and all the things that are not kind of risks, so that model not only learns types of risk, but also know that what is normal looking data, so that if there is something unseen comes, and if it does not know if it is a risk, it at least knows that it is not normal. Okay, so next we have digital forensics. To convert our all the accesses to our server, and their traces and intrusions should be done automatically, and should be done in a sense if there's big data. Okay, so this should be done automatically, and for this purpose the data set will be different, and they will have something like which contains the traces of information, the search traces, the file modification, and information violation, so that model is exposed to these kind of things and knows what should fall in this kind of category and what is beyond them. Spam filtering and phishing emails, these are basically natural language processing technologies, and they are solved by detecting the language, because you know that if you want to save something in your spam filter, you first have to go through it sometimes. Okay, if the situation is quite complicated and you don't know that a Nigerian prince cannot connect you, that is another case. So if the content in the email is, let's say, a bit technical, but also kind of indicating toward malicious email, then the model should learn those kind of text itself. And in this case, the dataset will be different and containing a lot of emails of this kind. So so that it can be exposed to languages or files that can be used in spamming or phishing. Event correlations, this is to identify the patterns between events, and we have like let's say and something malicious occurred to your computer at some time, and every day at that time it occurs. Okay, so to generate a correlation between time and activity is event correlation, and it gives you some idea if the model is able to predict that kind of correlation, or um, perform to tell you perform to tell you that there is a relation between peak hours of your computer usage and this file or this email keep occurring in the backend or something like that. Then you will be knowing that okay, it means that my activities are being recorded and I have to take some measurement steps in the start. Next, we have network monitoring. This includes all kind of cyber attacks. For example, Trojan horses, spyware, um, viruses. So we should give a data set to artificial intelligence model which contains all kind of these classes, which contains every malware you want to target, and then you can train the model on that data, so that next time if any file of um, previously shown dataset behavior occurs, so you know, or the model knows where to labelize it. So the next important concept here is, or the next important motivation for this PowerPoint is that we should know something, we should know a point from where we can start implementing cybersecurity. It won't be covering the code itself, and we will just seeing code snippets. We will just seeing how we can start in the pipeline. So first thing that we do, I already talked about this a lot, the data collection part. Data collection is like it's just like when you want to teach a model something, you should expose. It's just like work. It just works like human being. That to learn something, we should be exposed to it first. Okay, so data collection is like collecting data from different websites, maybe open source if you're working on some research-based work. Kaggle, or the recent I have worked with Canadian Institute of Cybersecurity. They are providing some open source huge data sets for the research purposes. The next thing we can do to collect or data mine is that simulate attacks on our local servers. For example, we just install IS server or WAMP server in easier terms. We can generate, we can access those servers from different machines or different IPs with different kind of activities. Maybe we can perform a DOS attack and generate logs and keep those logs as our data set. You can see up here we have like a log file from uh, a an attack which was simulated on a local server, where it says we have this kind of URL. We will see in them in next slide also, which detects something like, okay, this is not normally happen. URL have different kind of appearances, not something like with at least this kind of appearance. So next we have, if you're working with a company or organization and you want to solve their cybersecurity crisis, you can collect their network data from the data center and endpoints, and or you can get the logs, error logs or access logs from there, and you can use them as your data set, and you can perform the research and train your model. For first step, we collected the data. We have a raw form of data. We have something which is maybe filled with non values, maybe redundant values. So also that in case of supervised learning, um, supervised learning is something where you have labels along with your model. Okay, you tell them that okay, if this kind of row is happening or here, you have um, normal activity happened. Okay, but if you have a object size is quite small and URL seems like this instead of some proper URL string, we have this might be suspicious. Okay, and we label it as DOS attack, and other are labeled as normal attacks. Along with this labeling, we can pre-process data to clean it, to convert it into a form which can be um, fed into our model. Next thing we have here is data visualization.
Sorry to
um,
interrupt you, Hanan. We are running out of time and we have some questions to answer.
okay, yes please.
May I have the questions? Okay.
Yes, sure. Maybe I can proceed with them to wind up the session.
So, first question from Imran Ansari is: what are the present and future paradigm for cybersecurity and their prevention?
Um, I just talk about them. The paradigm are like the applications of data science and cybersecurity. Okay. Previously, we had a lot of work in. I mean, if you see the research papers, you have a lot of work in natural language processing. In fact, all of these applications are being hit at least many times. I cannot say a number with at least. So, but still, they are not achieving the best accuracy because after all they are like artificial intelligence and they need improvement. So this is the past paradigm and these are the future paradigms.
Okay, thank you for the answer. So, the next question is from Saima Rahil: how challenging and welcoming IT industries for women in computing, and how we can encourage more and more women to join?
That is a question, I think unrelatable to the this talk, but I would love to answer. um,
Sure.
yeah, my point of view for this kind of question is that women should not be dependent. First, they should um, motivate themselves. They should not be dependent on anyone to support them. They don't need that. It's their right to be strong. So second thing, if they are strong, then everything is like a sport for them.
Absolutely right, Hanan. And do we have another question? Can I have another question, please? Sure. We have one question from Ali Sufyan. How can one become cybersecurity certified? Which sets of certifications are available?
Yes, we have like a lot of certifications available. I have put some links in the end, maybe just 2 or 3 slides ahead. I can go through and just find up also and then answer your question. We have data visualization, which we choose to select which feature are important for our training models. Then we have machine learning to predict malicious files. I already explained this paradigm. We just train them, we expose the model to data set. It learns the underlying statistics, and when next unknown executable file comes, it knows the behavior and classify it into malicious or benign. And we will see that how reliable that decision is by calculating different kind of errors or accuracies. Challenges of machine learning is that the data set is quite big. We need high performance computing. Imbalanced data sets are there. For example, one attack is a lot more. We saw in earlier slide, ransomware was a lot more than other cyber attacks. So data labeling is also a big task and also needs automation. High dimensional data is also a challenge, which means a lot of features in one data to compute the statistical statistics for model. Then we have here reads. These are the links that lead you to the certifications, and you can find the links into these readings.
Okay. Do we have more questions? I think someone is asking Zawar Asif, what is the success rate of using AI to detect cyber attacks?
Yes. For example, this paper, if we talk about this recent research performed by a colleague, they achieved a success rate of almost 90% for detecting web server attack in using machine learning. So it just depends on the problem domain. Maybe phishing is not so easily detectable, but classification of all the attacks is more accurate. So it just depends on the data we expose to them. But the recent success is so good that we can rely them with on some software to about like 97 to 98% accuracy.
Okay, thank you so much, Hanan.
You're welcome.
Um, do we have more questions?
No,
Anyhow,
that was all.
okay, we are very pleased with your topic, Hanan. Your presentation was amazing. Thank you so much for
Thank
joining
you.
the session. Thank you so much. I hope you guys are enjoyed the session. Okay, guys. Now we'll be having a prayer and lunch break for the next half an hour. Stay tuned with us. We'll be right back after this break. welcome back to the DevCon 6 conference. This is me, Safiya Ali, and I hope you guys are enjoying the session and having great learning experience with us. Without wasting a time, let's have our next speaker, Mr. Abdullah Altaf. He's a senior technical consultant, and his topic for today is Azure Stack Introduction. Over to you, Abdullah Altaf.
Yeah, thank you so much for your introducing me. And let me share my screen with you guys. Yep, great. So, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. And today our topic is on Azure Stack, introduction of Azure Stack. Um, my introduction, my name is Abdullah Altaf. I am MCT regional lead from Saudi Arabia and Azure architect and working as a cloud consultant. Today we will go through the important topics or introductory session about the Azure Stack, which will help you to deploy, to understand, and manage Azure Stack, or you can add Azure Stack in your career path. That it will help you because nowadays on-prem infrastructure is demanding as well as cloud. So we'll go through some important topics related to Azure Stack, like introduction of Azure Stack, and compare between Azure Stack Hub, Azure Stack HCI, and Azure Stack Edge. Sorry. And then integrated hybrid cloud consistency, Azure Stack Hub system in little bit detail. And we will also check licensing model, backup and disaster recovery, Azure Stack PowerShell, overview of marketplace, how you can provide services, specific services to the end customer or the multi-tenant. As a cloud provider, you can provide the services to end consumers, and how you can enable these things through the Azure Stack and enable the customers. And at the end of the session, I will try to show you live demo of Azure Stack that I deployed last month. So it will help you to understand how it's look like. Almost same, but it will give you more insights how Azure Stack look like and how you can deploy, what the prerequisites and all the things. So let's start the show. Okay. What is Azure Stack? Actually, in Azure Stack, you can build and run hybrid app across data centers. You have data center on multiple regions or multiple sites, edge locations, remote offices, and the cloud. So as you can see in the diagram, that you can connect multiple sites, multiple location edges to centralized environment and extend Azure services capabilities to your environment of choice from the data center to edge location and remote office with Azure Stack. Like if you like any service that available on Azure cloud and you want to be utilize this service on your data center on premises with different compliance, finance or legal compliance, you want to reside your data on premises, so you can utilize the service but data reside on your data center, and you can get the benefit of the cloud services. You can build, deploy, and run hybrid and edge computing apps across your IT ecosystem with flexibility of diverse workloads. It's not limited that you can run this application, you cannot run this application. Diverse workloads easily managed through the Azure Stack. So as I explained to you, there is Azure Stack Hub, Azure Stack HCI. So let's go through a little bit about Azure Stack Hub. So Azure for on-premises environment. So if any customer, for example, government department, banking sector, or any other sector that have compliance to run or execute their services from their own data center on premises, so you can utilize the Azure Stack for their environment. So it's subset of infrastructure as a service and platform as a services available in Azure public cloud in your data center, because the lift and shift is very core nowadays for the organization. So if you have capabilities of the cloud, it will help you to innovate, to build latest or secure application in your environment. And then support multi-tenancy environment, like if you are a service provider, so you can provide these services to multiple customers, for example bank A, bank B, or financial institute A, B, government department A and B. So multi-tenant environment, you can host multiple organization, and you can onboard multiple customers to your services. Azure provides a rich platform for developers to build modern apps. However, some cloud-based apps face some issues, legacy, and these type of stuff. Azure and Azure Stack have unlocked new hybrid cloud use cases for both customer-facing and internal line of business apps. So if you have any compliance that you want to learn, you want to execute application only on the on-premises, not publish over the cloud public, so you can utilize these or Azure Stack. It will help you a lot. Cloud app model on premises. Use Azure services. You can use containers, serverless, and microservices to update and extend existing apps or build new ones. Use DevOps process across Azure in the cloud and Azure Stack Hub on premises to speed up modernization for core mission critical apps, which is very difficult. You can develop on premises these type of things. Azure Stack Hub allow you to deploy a subset of infrastructure as a service or and platform as a services available in Azure public cloud to your own data center, managed by service provider. It either managed by a service provider, or if you have capable team, you can manage by yourself in your local data center. These services include virtual machines, app services, SQL, databases, event hubs, IoT hubs, Kubernetes clusters, whatever you want, you can utilize on these Azure Stack machines. Let's move forward. Compare Azure Stack Hub with Azure Stack HCI, because Azure Stack popular two type of deployment nowadays going on. So Azure Stack Hub, as you saw in the diagram, Azure Stack Hub private autonomous cloud native application in the cloud, connected or disconnected on-premise environment. So this is the beauty of the Azure Stack, that you don't need to always connect it to the Azure or to the internet. So you can disconnect whenever you want. You can connect for certain things when you are going to deploy, or when you are going to update, or when you download some new things in the marketplace, or you want to offer new things to your end customers. So at that time, you need to connect. Otherwise, you don't need to connect the things. And then Azure Stack HCI, it will consolidate virtualization workload using on-premises hyper-converged infrastructure and integrated with Azure. So this is Azure Stack portfolio. And the last, but Azure Stack Edge is also available. Get immediate insights into your on-premises data with Azure managed services, and using hardware accelerator machine learning things on the Azure Stack Edge. For Azure Stack HCI, it's actually, let me highlight. Azure Stack HCI. Azure Stack HCI actually pre-configured, pre-built by the vendors, industry standard, industry standard hardware, and it's provided by, for example, Lenovo, HP, and different affiliated vendors, which will pre-configured rack provided to you guys, provided to any partners who want to deploy the Azure HCI. So it will help best performance and best scenarios. For Azure Stack Hub, I will also show you at the end of the session that you can deploy even in the single server, and easily you can manage, especially for POC purposes and this type of stuff. You can deploy, but it will take little bit time, but not for the preparation perspective, but for the installation and configuration and downloading things from the cloud, and so far so on. Let's move forward. About the Azure Stack operator, this is also very important, that deployment, once in a year or once in a moon, deployment goes on. But as Azure Stack operator, if you want to start your career as a Azure Stack operator, so it's not a difficult things that you need to learn. If you already have a skill on Azure, so it's easy to manage the local workloads on Azure Stack. So for the Azure Stack operator or Azure administrator or hybrid cloud specialist guys who provide cloud services to end user or customers within their own data center using Azure Stack Hub. So you can provide these services to end customer, end user operators. Sorry for the background noise. Some work I think going on. So for the operators, working knowledge of network technologies, including connectivity services, application delivery services, and network architecture overview, you should have a little bit how now. And if you already have Azure Administrator certification, so you can easily manage the Azure app. And also you have a little bit experience with visualization technologies, Hyper-V, VMware, and then containers, platform as a service, compute solution, and then understanding of on-premise virtualization solution, including VMs, virtual network, and virtual hard disk. So it will help you to easily manage the Azure Stack and work as a Azure Stack operator. So nowadays, it's also I saw many organizations are working with the Azure Stack because of finance and local compliance. So it's a good opportunity if you guys can learn these latest trends and latest things. So it will help you to boost your career. Let's move on. Integrated hybrid cloud consistency, because consistency is nowadays very important across the ecosystem. So a hybrid deployment model during migration, because when you adopt the cloud, obviously there is migration. Migration can reduce risk and contribute to a smooth infrastructure transitions. So Azure is providing very good facilities for on-prem Azure Stack Hub and also for Azure for smooth transition data migration. Cloud platform offers the greatest level of flexibility when it's come to business process, because you cannot give or you cannot provision the virtual machine on premises that you can provision upscale, downscale on the cloud. Many organizations nowadays, you are also many of guys are working with the enterprise customers. So many organizations are hesitant to make the move to the cloud. Instead, they perform to keep full control over the most sensitive data. Unfortunately, on premise, why we are actually using or why we are saying that go for the Azure Stack. Unfortunately, on-prem servers does not allow for the same rate of innovation as the cloud. This is straightforward. You need to understand. A hybrid cloud solution offers the speed of cloud innovation and the control of on-premise management. Using a hybrid cloud solution allow organization to scale computing resources, and it also eliminate the need to make massive capital expenditure to handle short-term and long-term demand. Change to your business can drive the need to free up local resources and move sensitive data or application. It's easier, fast, less expensive to adopt or deprovision cloud resources. You pay only those resources your organization temporarily use. You don't need to pay any other things. I also have experience with many organizations that thousands or millions of dollars they spend on the hardware and the infrastructure for the scalability and these things. And some organization does not even use these resources, and it's decommissions or it's end of life. These servers are the guys are not capable to manage these service. They did not implement in data center or in local offices. So where if you go for the Azure Stack, so it's very easy, fast, less expensive. And if you deprovision the cloud resources, it will not cost you because nothing is on your on-prem compute and these type of things. So Microsoft will charge you pay as you go model. So it's very cost effective things. And the other things for common identity, now that identity is also 21st essentially challenge how you can manage the identities. So for Azure Stack, you can use the common identities, Active Directory, or we will also go through some other things, ADFS. And then management of on-premise infrastructure is also how you can manage your on-premise infrastructure and the resources that provision on the cloud, Azure management and security. Then Azure Data Service uh, is platform that you can use the SQL and Azure Service Unified Development and DevOps platform. You can use the Azure Stack for these things. Now we'll little bit go through about Azure Stack Hub system. So Azure Stack integrated system offers through Microsoft and hardware partners. And for POC, you can deploy on any hardware, but for production deployment, there's specific guidelines. I will also show you the forms, how you can assess the things. And jointly supported by hardware partners and Microsoft, it's easy, very easy to deploy. I will also go through the deployment ASDK, that Azure Stack development kit, how you can go through and how you can deploy. It's not a very difficult thing, but it's also not a piece of cake. So a little bit tricky, but obviously when you will give the time, I think it will not take more than maybe 2 or 3 days to deploy the Azure Stack for POC purposes. Single node deployment of Azure Stack is available, so it's also very easy to learn to test and for POC purposes. Used to evaluate the Azure Stack, how it's work, maturity, and these type of stuff. A developer environment, developer can use the APIs and the tools found in Azure, the same things available on premises. Azure Stack development kit is not intended to use for production environment. So it's pre-built in template also available with the partners and the thing when you are going for the hardware. So this is the broader view or the bird eye view, that how you can use or how you can extend the services on your data center or on your physical servers, how it look like. Okay. How is Azure Stack Hub managed? So Azure Stack Hub uses the same operation model as Azure. So there is no change. Like if you have experience with Azure or you have little bit, so you can easily manage these type of stuff. And Azure Stack Hub operator can deliver various services and apps to tenant user. Similar to how Microsoft delivers Azure services to us or when you sign up for the users. So this is Azure customer who can consume the things. Like for example, me as a cloud provider services, we have Azure Stack, and we are on this layer Azure customer, and we operate, manage, and work with Microsoft customer to support from the Azure solution perspective, and then customers, multiple tenants that we are giving the services to the guys, our customer, your customer, and Azure Stack Hub, and then their operators can manage the things, update the services, and so on and so forth. You can manage Azure Stack Hub with the administrator portal, user portal, or PowerShell. So three portal or three sites or three sources available to manage the things. The Azure Stack Hub operators use the administrator portal to manage the Azure Stack services and customize the services if they want. The user portal provide a self-service experience for consumption of cloud resources like virtual machines, storage account, and web app services. So easily customer can provision machines as they are provisioning on the Azure public cloud, same as on Azure Stack Hub. As an Azure Stack Hub operator, you can deliver virtual machine, web app, high available SQL servers, and MySQL server databases. You can also use Azure Stack Hub Quick Start Azure Resource Manager templates to deploy SharePoint, Exchange, and more. So they are predefined, pre-configured templates that you just need to plug and play services. So you just need to click and automatically provision by the industry standard or best practices Microsoft already provide through the marketplace scenario. An operator can manage Azure Stack Hub with the administrator portal or PowerShell. The administrator who is going to manage, they can manage through the administrator portal or PowerShell. You can also configure Azure Stack Hub to deliver services to tenants using plans, quota, offering, and subscriptions. So there are different models that you can offer to your customers as per their requirement, how much storage they require, how much compute, and how much. Or sometimes we, as a Azure partners or affiliate, we assess the customer environment and then suggest that this quota is good for you and you can consume these things. Offer can have one or more plans as per their requirement. For example, one they are saying that it's production, the second is staging environment, and the other is testing environment. User consume services that the operator offers, that we as a Azure operators offer the services, user can consume the offers. User can deploy, monitor, and manage the services that they subscribe, like web app, storage, virtual machines. User can manage Azure Stack Hub with the user portal and PowerShell also. Let's go to resource provided for Azure. What the resources provided by the Azure Stack. So it's compute, storage, and network resource that they provide, SDN, software defined network, and compute for virtual machines or anything, whatever you want to deploy. Then running Azure in your own premises data center. So Azure Stack Hub in your strategy, Azure Stack Hub provides an alternative approaches to the migration when you want to migrate your either physical server or existing virtualization platform. By moving these workload to an Azure Stack Hub deployment, infrastructure as a service environment can benefit more smooth operations, self-service deployment, standardized hardware configuration, and Azure best practices you can adopt in your local on-premises. And also using Azure Stack Hub for modernization or innovation support enables your team to prepare your application and workloads to take full advantage of the cloud, because as we discussed earlier, that you cannot get or you cannot have on premises too much support and the things that you can get innovation and the latest trend and security and all other features if you have connectivity with the cloud or if you adopt the clouds. By following up best practices and cloud adoption across cloud, Azure and Azure Stack Hub, you can apply the same governance on all on-premises and cloud model or assist that available on Azure Stack on-premises. And Azure Resource Manager model as Azure enabling a single pane of glass to view your solutions. So it will also give you a single pane of glass from where you can manage the compute resources and all the things. You don't need to manage multiple systems for your whole journey or whole management interfaces. Like some organization have multiple interfaces for managing multiple applications and multiple servers. So for Azure Stack, you have single pane of glass to manage all the things. Choose an identity provider. So identity is also very important nowadays. So during deployment of the Azure Stack, you need to decide what you want to go. You want to go with Azure, you want to go for ADFS, or you want to go with the AD. Choose identity provider for Azure Stack Hub deployment. Azure AD or ADFS cannot switch identity provider after deployment. So if you want to change it, you need to redeploy a whole system. So it's a little bit difficult. So it's better when you are going to deploy the Azure Stack, you can decide which identity model you are going to use. So for the licensing model perspective, there are different licensing model, pay as you go, and other models also available. But if you are disconnecting model, because Azure Stack have offer that you can use it as a disconnected deployment model, so no need always connect to the internet as per the compliance and whatever. So for this model, you can use the capacity licensing model, and the other features are also available. So backup, disaster recovery services also available for the customers. They can extend, they can use the backup and all the things. You can also utilize the PowerShell features for play out of the box services and the things. And overview of Azure Stack Hub Marketplace. So in Azure Stack, there is Marketplace where you can add the services and the OS or whatever you want to offer to your end customer or utilize for your own office. So you can utilize these things for your internal. So because time is short, so I am skip some slides. So IaaS services you can also utilize. So let's move to the live demo, or I will show you one important slide, that deployment worksheet for Azure Stack Hub integrated system. So it's very easy. It's not a rocket science to deploy Azure Stack. So the Azure Stack Hub deployment worksheet is a Windows form app that you can fill, and it will give you whatever the best practices, and I will also show you how you can manage the Azure after that. And obviously, when you are configuring as a service provider or a cloud provider, so you should have the multi-tenant environment, so you can support the multi customer. So let me,
Okay. Sorry to interrupt you, Altaf. We are running out of time. So we have some
yeah,
questions from our audience.
sure.
Uh, okay, first question is from Ali Sufyan. Start with
Yep.
AZ900, then go for AZ303 or 304. Also wait for AZ305, which is coming in April, I guess, and replace the architect track AZ304.
Okay. Wait. Yep. Thank you so much for your question.
Yeah,
Actually, I
I
am.
think this is the follow-up for this question. So if you can just enlighten some more information. Which certification track should we follow for Azure Stack?
Yeah, for Azure Stack, I will also place this specific Azure Stack certification, which I think I forgot to mention, and I will share with you in the comment on the what you can say in the video on the YouTube.
Oh,
Because yep,
okay, can we? I have next question. Yeah,
yep.
it's from Mohammad Imran Ansari. Which service or component use the monitor high availability and responsiveness of our apps?
Yep, because as I show you, let me open my screen. As I mentioned, when you are a cloud operator providers, so for the first thing you need to understand, there is built-in monitors available in Azure Stack, and the same monitors that are available on Azure, you can utilize these things. And if you are going to monitor with some other third-party solution like SolarWind or some other solution, you can also utilize these solutions. Utilize, you can use it.
Thank you so much for the answer. Again, we have a question from Sufyan. Is Azure Stack Hub same or renamed as Azure Stack Edge? As on Azure portal was we only see Azure Stack Edge and Azure Stack HCI.
Yeah, this is a good question. Actually, as I show you in the first slide, there is three portfolio. You can say one is Azure Stack Hub, and the other thing is Azure Stack HCI, and the third thing is Azure Stack Edge. So so, so for the Azure Stack, so
No problem.
So for the Azure Stack Hub, you can deploy for a single node and for POC purposes, and but you can also deploy in production, as I show you in the diagram. I think it's 6 or 7 slide. So you have some services you can offer infrastructure as a service and platform as a service. But in Azure Stack HCI, you have more capabilities, and it's come with the predefined, pre-configured by the Microsoft and the hardware partner collaboration, uh, built-in hardware. So you can utilize this for best performance and these type of stuff. And for Azure Edge, it's used for what you can say for as I mentioned, for monitoring and these type of stuff. Wait, let me go through the slide. Actually, I am missing something because of too many things are left and shift. Yes. So on-premise Azure Data Center manage edge computing appliances. So you can what you can do edge computing appliances by using hardware accelerate machine learning things. So these type of things you can use the HCI edge, and then HCI Azure Stack HCI, and then the Azure. Stack. Uh, this is three IS Stack portfolio.
Thank you for your answer, Abdullah Altaf. Do we have more questions?
Nope, that's all.
Okay, thank you so much, Abdullah Altaf, for
Thank
the
you so much
productive
for your time
session.
and
We are
thank you
very
so much.
pleased to have you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So let's move to our next speaker, Khalid Hussain. He's a senior manager cloud security at Accenture ASGR region. And his topic for today is GAN visibility of your deployed cloud apps, Shadow IT using Microsoft Defender for cloud apps. Over to you, Khalid.
Khalid Sab, you're muted.
Now I'm audible?
Yep. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. So thank you very much for inviting me and giving me the opportunity. My name is Khalid Hussain, and I'm working in Accenture. So for this session, opinions and views my own. It's nothing related to any corporate or related to the Accenture. That's a disclaimer from my side. I'm serving in the community. So I'm gonna start with today's session. I hope you guys can see. So I'm Microsoft alumni. I work in Middle East and Africa and in Europe region in Microsoft. So I'm Microsoft certified trainer also. So my core expertise and areas is bit wide. I'm architect in multi-cloud strategy, working in AWS and Google and in different security tracks. So if someone likes to follow me on the LinkedIn, they can go on the LinkedIn. Khalid Hussain is my handle. You guys can pick me up from there. So today's topic, I saw some questions around Microsoft Defender or Microsoft Security. So I want to highlight first that what is exactly Microsoft Defender strategy or what's Microsoft Threat Protection Stack in just few slides. So then we can jump into our topic. So I try to explain as much as I can. So yeah, feel free to ask any question. First of all, in IT, I want to go one step back. There are two directions of information technology in enterprise layers. One side is your digital workplace, that how people wants to authenticate, what kind of endpoints they want to use, what kind of the apps they want to use, which kind of email services they're using, or what kind of the cloud applications, like more about not cloud application, more about the SaaS applications they are using in the environment. And documentation is a really critical point for any organization that goes into the digital workplace. So let's stay in this space in Microsoft 365 or Google Suite or Google Workspace, whatever you can call it. There are two main vendors providing this kind of stuff for IT. So in this is a one direction of enterprise IT and infrastructure. And the second direction is Azure Cloud Platform, let's say from the perspective of the Microsoft. And Microsoft provide, it's not about just Microsoft, it's multi-cloud approach. Let's say in Amazon and Google, there is a just naming convention differences. So you can run containers, servers, apps, IoT, traffic, SQL Server, databases, lots of stuff you can do. So I just want to highlight that in security, as we saw in the last slide and in this slide, there is a different kind of the workloads, different platform directions are the tracks available. So let's go into just a little jump into the security, that what is actually the problem in these days security, to gain insight from the different vendors about your cloud applications. I will jump into the topic, but I just want to put it some baseline for understanding that what we are going to talk about in this session. Let's say this is your multi-vendor protection layers. Let's say I go over here and you can see that there is a semantic providing semantic or Sophos, whatever you can take. Just it's just as an example. It's providing you the protection around your endpoint, around your email security, and then FireEye or other solutions they are providing exploit installation, also security vendor. Okta paying identity, whatever you can call it. They're providing you protection against your identity and access management. And then CyberArk, Exabeam, Netspook, or you can say CASB solution from Broadcom. Symantec sold it there. So now you have this different kind of the picture that there are, let's say, up to 5, 7 vendors are involving each other, and they are not correlating the data. That's a big challenge these days. So consolidation and correlation of data is very, very important, not by the humans, automated using machine learning patterns or AI, or connected backend platform that you can get real-time insights or actionable items directly in your portal, that what's going on your different layers. So like I joined Microsoft in 2016. So at that time, it was little shaky that Microsoft is a security vendor or not. Still, Microsoft is a security ecosystem provider. They are not just security vendor. It's part of the portfolio. So over the years, past 5 years, what I learned, what I experienced, it's amazing. They evolve in the security. So you can see here now different kind of Microsoft Defender. So here is Microsoft Defender big picture, that you can connect your email security, your documents, safe attachments, whatever, with Defender for Office 365. You can protect your all devices, iOS, Android, Linux, Windows, everything under one Microsoft Defender for devices. And here, AI-based solution, I will show you that I traveled last week to Pakistan. I tried to log in on some accounts from Pakistan. It made the distance real time, and it shows me in my portal that you logged in from a familiar country, because my tenant or environment is set it up in Europe. And then you have Microsoft Defender for identities. So you can protect your lateral movements, your privileged access, middle in the domain attack, domain dominance, whatever you want to. Like, Microsoft is the largest vendor in identity space. So they know the patterns and the behaviors, how people logging into their infrastructure, how they're coming from, and what's the under the layer technologies are working. And then if you have this kind of approach, so then you can control your complete Microsoft Defender for the cloud apps. That is our core topic. So that's actually the big picture. So don't think that Microsoft Defender is a one name. Microsoft Defender is actually part of Microsoft Threat Protection Stack, and it's a layered approach. I will go just 2 more slides. So as I mentioned, there are 2 directions, Microsoft 365 and Azure. On the top, you can connect with multi-cloud, and you can connect any device. Even you can onboard now Linux as well. So our topic is CASB, Cloud Access Security Broker. That is a general term used in the market. Most of the people thinks that they are safe, they are in the cloud, and cloud is providing them everything. No, that's not the right way. So let's look into this, that in general picture of Microsoft security, Microsoft is handling different layers of the security: identity and access management, threat protection, information protection, and security management. That's a layered approach for Microsoft. So just for information for audience that who likes to start in this tracks, especially try to go a little deep into Microsoft topics, because Microsoft is really evolving in the security space, in threat management and SOAR and security, identity and access management. And there is a lots of fun, like you will love it. Okay. So let's look into in general term that cloud access security broker. That is a general term. That is nothing related to Microsoft. Microsoft, Broadcom, Symantec, they have the solutions. Other companies, Netspook is also working in the similar space. But what Microsoft actually brought in to connect all the connectors together, that's really amazing. So I just want to go cloud service providers, SaaS applications being used inside our environment, and we are working with in day-to-day tasks with Box, Dropbox, Salesforce, Slack, ServiceNow, SAP, whatever applications you can call it that are we are using inside our environments mainly. So let me show you that. Let's say you guys can see my screen, uh, uh, Azure portal, Abdurrahman.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. So there is an app connector. So if you like to connect any kind of application, it's just a single click. If you are using, you want to connect it with Amazon, or you want to connect Dropbox or GitHub, Google, ServiceNow. So all main vendors are available on just single click. If you want to connect it, let's say Dropbox, go over here and put your name, and if you have a right credentials, you can connect it, and Dropbox starts sending the data into your environment. So I want to go back into this cloud presentation. So we have to look into cloud access security broker definitions, because uh, it's not when we are listening that cloud apps. No, it's not about that we have to look one step back. That cloud apps means any applications that are running over the cloud platforms, SaaS platforms, are those applications which are hosted inside your environment, but you manage them using cloud, or you are proxying those applications that are hosted on premise through cloud. You can bring in those as well with all kind of same capabilities and insights. But don't think that if you build one application in 2005 and you want to control it now with legacy methods, it's not possible. You have to must align or upgrade that application, even it's working or running on premise, but it must be connected with OpenID Connect or some kind of latest means with Azure Active Directory, so you can bring in those applications also. It's not that hard deal. What are the top use cases for insights? Let's say top use case is, let's say in our environment, we are using lots of unsanctioned applications. Let's say if I am working for company XYZ, so my managers don't know that I am using that xyz.com on Facebook, Twitter, Dropbox, whatever. And we are the human brain, and we do the same mistakes that we lose our passwords to social engineering tools or such kind of applications in the real time. As we are human, we keep our corporate password, and those social engineering tools applications which we signed up with our corporate credentials, again the same password, if something happens on the other side, your organization is gone. So you have to discover the application, what kind of applications being used inside your environment, which applications are sanctioned, means which allowed or not allowed. And you can bring in cloud discovery as well of your environment, of your local environment. I will show you that. And you can mitigate your cloud threats as well. So just a discovery part, I put it some data, raw data that is related to the Cisco Iron port that is running on premise. And you can see over here that there are 293 applications being used inside environment. That is nothing related to the cloud, actually. That data is coming from your on-premise firewall or the proxy solution. So it's a pretty easy. You can go over here, let's say, and you can go into the manage applications, snapshot reports. You can generate it, go over here, and you can select what kind of in the world mainly used. I'm not saying that if someone just built their own proxy solution and they say, okay, where it is, no. Well-known market leaders, all kind of security vendors are integrated with Microsoft Defender for the cloud apps. Even if you have some kind of out of the box, you set up over Linux, some log collector, whatever, you can choose these standards and you can go up with that. So it's pretty easy. And let's say this is a Cisco Island Port report. I can just show you over here. These are the apps. Not we go a deep dive into a little in the depths that what's going on. Let's say I'm pick up that, okay, into cloud storage. So we can go over here into the cloud storage. These applications are some having risk score 1, 10, 9. That's fair enough. And you can go and mark down that some applications who having score less than 4. How this score is defined, I can show you. Let's say there is a secure online desktop. That is a one cloud application that is being used and it's less secure. And that is nothing related to Microsoft. It's a standard of the market. You can look into that application, that what's going on when this company is build it up, what's your domain name, okay, fine. How these applications are secure. So you can see that they don't support SAML authentication, HTTP security headers, and they don't follow any compliance. They don't follow any legal GDPR certifications, let's say. So what to do? Because let's say Abdul Rehman is using this application inside my environment. So this is a just one-click solution. I cannot show you the whole process. That is just one click. Go and unsanction this application. And when next time Abdul Rehman trying to open this application from his corporate desktop, it's blocked automatically. Done. That's it. So that's how you can get visibility into your applications, that what kind of applications being used inside your environment and what kind of applications people using over there. You can get insights from here. Let's say this is a user and you can pick it up over here and you see that Nami using 6 apps, 2 risky apps. What kind of risky apps? So you can say, okay, how Go hosting provider. And let's say NetFortis, that is a business management. So risk score is 3. So you can go down, narrow down, and you can check that. And that is nothing related to Microsoft. These compliance certifications, COBIT, SOC, ISO standards, these are all world industry standards. And we have to look into that. Okay. And this is how you can discover the cloud applications, gain the insights, what kind of the applications being used, data discovered. You can see over here, discovered applications. You can completely gain the visibility into your environment. So that is your on-premise environment you can connect it with. And that's pretty easy, pretty much flexible. And let's say if you want to go into this little deeper, so you can connect your other components also into this system. You can connect your information protection, your data protection, everything. And 1 minute, app connectors, security configurations. So inside the app connectors, you can connect cloud vendors, and security configurations, you can connect Google, Amazon as well. If you don't want to put the data into Microsoft Defender for cloud, like Azure Security Center, definitely you can use it with here also. That is also possible. So this is my connection. I did not set it up. It's long ago. So yeah. And here is an investigation. Now it comes to your corporate credentials, like in your corporate space. There you can see there is a lots of things to do. Let's say I give you the example. Let's say this is the application. I hope you guys can aware of this. Sessionizer. I try to log in over there. And I try to log in with my Office 365 accounts. Yes. You see, most of the time we try to use ease of the way to log into different applications, but this application asking me for basic profile and maintain the access to the data given to that. And we don't actually read these kind of informations. and we don't know where we lose this API based access. Now the session either will pull the data and profile from my organizational data, and we don't know sometime if we see here if that application is being developed. Okay, you are logging in with your corporate credentials, definitely fine for us, but we will read your emails and we will access your documents as well. That is under this, and you will lose the access, and then you don't know that where you signed in and which application is accessing your organizational data. Let's say here, and accept. I don't want to do that, and you will see in the real time alert will be generated, because I try to use this already in the last weeks. So you can see over here that in applications, unusual addition of credentials to OAuth applications. So you can look into that how things working and what's the consequences you are doing inside your environment. And we are running, time is little short. This topic is quite big. So let's say if you want to go into shadow IT, whatever you can call it, you want to go for shadow IT, let's say. So threat detection, so we can say activity. We can pick up any teams. Let's say if login from risky IP, what to do if you are going away out of your home and you want to log into your corporate credentials, your company, and you are sitting in the internet cafe. What happened? How we can restrict it? We can restrict you or based on the filters, let's say, and you can say app. App is, let's say you want to block Microsoft services, like in what Microsoft Exchange, Teams, SharePoint, whatever. You can bring in any application. It's not that big deal. And you can say activity type. Activity type to access, you can go at activity level as well. You can say, okay, Abdul Rehman is allowed to access the system, but he cannot do this kind of certain functions. And let's say you can put it location device as well. You can say, okay, that's fine. You can log in from the PC, it's okay. And then you can go device tag, and you can say, but you must be on your compliant device. Okay, that minimize your risk. But again, if you're trying to log in from this way, and you can go over here and you can say, if someone is trying to log in on risky IP, please suspend their user directly. And you can create that, finish. And you can send the alerts and you can send the messages, whatever you can call it. That's fair enough. So this is how you can design and you can structure your lots of OAuth authentication. You see malicious OAuth consent. So you can go over here, that policy is already there. So you can go over here and you can say, okay, send the email, whatever. So it's already created. So there are so many templates, so many ways or policies you can create. And it's really, really powerful in gaining the insight of your data, your files, your users' activities. Let's say I go over here into the alerts, and that is the last. I logged in from Pakistan, so you can see that I've logged in from Pakistan. I was there in last 2 weeks, 23rd of December. It says that someone trying to log in who failed over here. Yes, I am. As a global administrator, I try to access that. It gives me the clear indicator that where I was traveling. It's not tracking me as a person, it's tracking as a corporate user, Khalid Hussain. So this is how you can gain the insights into your cloud applications, your environment, on-premise environment. You can define the policies, you can protect the data. Again, information protection, just last file policy, you can say, let's say file is shared with unauthorized domain. Just we put it like that, and we say like abc.com. You can add on the runtime, done. That's it. And you can say, okay, if collaborator based on the file, based on modification, owner, whatever, you can make it the standards, and you can say apply to the all files. you can use based on the groups. What is the inspection method? You can say over here, inspection, go into the sensitive information, and you can say, okay, if in those documents, any kind of European Union based informations are parked, what to do? You can say, okay, go over here and apply that this is highly confidential information for all employees. Any document you are trying to share outside of the organization with your competitors, with your public domains, system will automatically take care of that based on these conditions. So there is a lot to do in this area. So we really need to be careful and be prepared that how we want to move on with our security posture. And that was a just short overview in gaining insight of your OAuth authentication applications, let's say in users and files activities into the devices. And yeah, if you guys have any question, I'm happy to answer that. Abdurrahman, we have only, I think, 4 minutes left.
Yes. Do we have a question? I think in the previous session, someone like Muhammad Imran Ansari had a question related to Microsoft Defender.
Okay.
Um, okay. The question was, does Microsoft Defender for Cloud also support hybrid cloud security like AWS and Google Cloud Platform?
Yes, they do. This is cloud, Microsoft Defender for the cloud.
Okay.
So Imran, you can connect it with your Google. Again, you have to follow some steps. You have to do, let's say in Google side, you need to enable your security and command center API that will start sending the data. You can connect with Google, with AWS accounts, whatever, it's totally depends upon you, but you have to take some extra steps so it can work for you. This is a one direction, that direct B2B connection, like cloud to cloud connection. So this is also possible. But if you think that, okay, you don't want to connect at that large scale, you have a set of servers, 5, 6, 10 machines running in AWS, you just want to onboard those, then you can go into the Azure Arc and you can install the agent from the Azure Arc. And the behalf of that, you can customize your scope that you want to just pull in, like say in AWS and Google, in a lump sum, you are running 50 servers and you just want to pull the data from five from each. So then you have to define the different approach that you can install Azure Arc agent on those servers, and those servers are managed, and then you can manage directly into the Azure portal. This is also possible. And if you want to go directly connect your account to account, it's also possible. So it's all depends upon you.
Okay. For hybrid cloud security, AWS or Google platform, which components need to configure?
I definitely, as I mentioned, that for the GCP, you need to enable your security and command center. And in cloud apps, here you can go on into the Cloud Defender and into edit environment settings. And environment settings, Microsoft having one collaboration that is in the preview, but we go to use here. And here you need to connect your, let's say GCP, and here you need to provide some information about your subscription, organization ID, and your private key. You need a service account, and that service account must be authorized to pull the data from GCP security API. So I definitely shared these links in the chat, and this is for process for the AWS. So you have these prerequisites already there. Again, it's your choice that you want to use a preview method or globally available. I would suggest preview is just in preview. Use the classic connectors.
Thank you so much for the answer, Khalid. Hussain. Do we have more questions?
Nope, that was all.
Okay. Thank you, Khalid, for a perfect presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good luck. Ciao.
Bye. So let's move to our next speaker, Marcel Lupo. He's a cloud solution and DevOps architect. And the topic for today is automate password rotation with GitHub and Azure.
Hi there. Hi, everyone. My name's Marcel. So today we're going to talk about a really interesting topic. You've probably worked a lot with servers and having to, you have an IT security team maybe or a security team who requires you to rotate passwords on a regular basis. As you can see here on this slide, my name is Marcel Lupo. I hope you're all, have had a good day so far, enjoying all the talks. I'm a DevOps architect manager at Avanade, and you can see my Twitter, my LinkedIn, my Dev2 blog page, and my GitHub page. And yeah, so let's start the chat about how we can automate password rotation, or what is password rotation. So when we talk about password rotation, we're saying effectively we need to change passwords to limit their lifespan. So to kind of reduce the effectiveness of attacks if a password is, for example, compromised. So changing passwords quite frequently can limit the time frame and validity of a stolen password. So say, for example, attacker compromises a password of one of your servers. If that password is changed frequently, it just reduces the time frame that they can use the password to, use it in an attack or advance their entry into your network or things like that. Passwords should always be unique, and they should never be reused. They should be completely randomized. So, for example, one thing that I've seen a lot in my years of experience working in IT is there's usually an administrator password on the server, and that password's usually the same on every single server. And it's not really good practice, because if one service gets compromised, then all of your servers are compromised. So, password should really be unique per item or, resource that you have in your environment, and should be completely randomized. So what are some of the challenges of and risks of password rotation? So especially when it comes to manual password rotation, when you start changing passwords manually and they're very complex, and say you do it frequently, human nature is you cannot always remember random numbers and strings and special characters, especially if they frequently change a lot. So what could happen as a risk is that people and users who use those passwords might go, I can't remember these passwords, and they might start writing them down on a note or maybe a text file on their desktop just to remember, what is this week's password. And that's really not good practice, because that's actually even worse, because if that can get, those notes can get compromised, or someone can maybe see the post-it note or whatever of your password. So that's really not, that's kind of a bit of a challenge. And then also, if you're changing passwords manually, it's not very scalable. So for example, say you have 100 servers and you're mandated to change the passwords on those servers once a week, and you're doing it manually, you're going to spend a lot of time just changing passwords manually on those servers. And then also, when you're doing this manually, having passwords to be completely random is very important. So, but sometimes what I've also seen is people will use patterns. So say, for example, a user or an admin might take his favorite actor or actress's name, or maybe their child's name or a child's birthday, for example, and then they'll use that as a password appended by maybe the year or the month. And then when you change the password, you'll use the same thing, but you'll maybe change the month to the next month. Now, that gives an attacker leverage based on your pattern. So say, for example, your password gets compromised. Even though you change it frequently, you use that, the pattern that you use. Attackers can use that pattern to kind of predict what your next password is going to be. So having passwords needs to be, totally randomized. So how can we solve this problem? So one of the ways that we can solve this problem is through automation. Automating password rotation can alleviate that administrative overhead where you have to spend a lot of time to go and change passwords manually. Passwords can be changed very frequently, almost daily, if you need to do that. You can also use something like a secure vault, such as Azure Key Vault, to store those passwords safely. So people who needs access to a password you can control that access through access to a key vault in Azure. And password rotations can also really be easily automated using GitHub Actions, which is what I'm going to demo to you today and show to you today. So without further ado, I'll jump straight into the demo here. And I'll try and I'm going to explain exactly what we're going to do here. So I've got a script here with some prereqs that's just going to build for me some stuff in Azure. So what we're going to do is we're going to build a resource group and we're going to build a key vault. And then what we're going to do with the key vault is we're going to populate the key vault with secrets. And the secrets are going to represent, each secret is going to represent a server in our environment. And then what we'll do after that is we'll set up a GitHub action, and I'll talk a little bit about what GitHub actions are when we get to that stage. But what that action is going to do is it's going to look at our key vault and it's going to read all the keys in our key vault. And it's going to see each key as a server. And it's going to try and connect to that server and change, update its, randomize and update its password, and then save that password against the key in the key vault. That way, the automation takes care of our password rotation. And whenever we want to access a server, we'll just go to the key vault and we'll have a look what is our password, and and we'll connect that way. So I'll start off by logging into Azure. So I'm just going to log in here. And then for a resource group, I'm going to create a resource group called DEVCON 6 demo. So I'm just going to log into Azure here. That shouldn't take a minute or so. And then for the key vault name, we're going to call it DEVCON KV634. We also need almost like a service account. Now in Azure AD, this would be a service principal. And what we're going to do is we're going to link this service principal or sorry.
Hey Marcel, sorry to interrupt. Can you just zoom in a little bit?
Yes, sure. Let me just quickly have a look here. Goodness me, I can't find the zoom.
Maybe control scroll.
Yeah, that's not working. So what I could do actually, because I've got ISE open here as well, I'll just open that in ISE, which I will be able to.
Perfect. Thank you.
Is that a little bit better?
Yep. Thank you.
Okay. So we'll just log in here. Let me double check that. That is good. We're signed in. Okay, so what, like I said, what we're going to do is we're going to create the resource group and key vault, and then we're going to create a service principal account that's kind of going to act as our service account. Now, with that service account, what we'll do is we'll link that to our GitHub action, which is going to be our automation, which is we're going to give that GitHub action this identity. So we could actually call this GH password rotate account because it's going to be linked with GitHub. And this is what's going to be able to connect to our key vault and do all the actions that we want to do. So, and we're going to just set up these things in UK South, which is my closest region. So I'm just going to read those variables in and create the resource group here. And we'll take a look at that in a minute. I'm also going to create the key vault here. Now you'll see that I'm using the RBAC authorization model. When we give access to a key vault, there's two ways that we can give access to a key vault. It is through access policies, or the new modern ways to use the IAM or RBAC. And we'll take a closer look at that once this key vault is set up. But what is really nice about using RBAC is in the past, if you give access to a key vault using access policies, if you give someone access to that key vault, they will have access to all the secrets within the key vault. Now, with the RBAC model, we can kind of give access to specific secrets. So say, for example, an admin comes and says, oh, I want to have access to server 3. We don't need to give access to the entire key vault for that user to get the password to that server. We can just give that user access to the server that they look after, for example. But we'll have a look at that in just a moment. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to create our app in Azure AD, the GitHub Password Rotate account app, and we'll have a look at that in just a moment. Next, we're going to create the app ID, or we're just going to get the app ID. We're going to get the subscription ID. And then what we need to do is for our, so we're going to create a service principal, which is our account. But what we need to do is we need to give our service account access to the key vault. And we're going to give it key vault secrets officer access, because we're going to need that action to go into the key vault and rotate password. So it needs to be able to set, it needs to be able to read the key vault, and it also needs to be able to set secrets, because once it's changed the password of the server, it's going to set that password against the secret. So we need to give that access. Now, what this command does is it's going to generate for us a JSON body. You could just ignore that, it's just a warning. But what it's going to do is it's going to generate this JSON body, and I'm just going to make a note of this JSON body because we're going to need this when we set up our GitHub action. Now, we don't need all of these elements in this JSON body. We only need the client ID, and this is the ID of our service account, the secret, the subscription, and the tenant that we're working in. The rest we don't really need, so I'm just going to remove that, and I'm just going to keep this in my notepad here just for a moment. So what we need to do on top of it is give ourselves access to the key vault, because in the RBAC model, when we set up a key vault, we have to also give ourselves access to be able to create secrets and stuff. So I'm just going to give myself access to that key vault. And then the very last thing that we need to do is we need to create from the service account that we created earlier, we also need to give this account access to be able to, the access that we're going to give is virtual machine contributor. And we're going to give that to our entire subscription. Now, we don't need to give access to that service account to all the virtual machines in our subscription. Because our automation is going to connect to a server and it's going to try and reset the server, well, change the server password, it needs the access to do that. So what we're doing is we're just saying, give our service account virtual machine contributor access to all virtual machines in our subscription. Now, you could put this subscription against a resource group instead. If, say, for example, you don't want to rotate all the passwords in your whole subscription, the server, all the servers. Say, for example, all your servers, or maybe the ones that you need to rotate passwords, are in a specific resource group. You could scope this permission to that resource group rather than the entire subscription. But for my purpose, I'm just going to do that to my subscription. Now, and that's it. That's all we need for our prereqs for Azure. So let's take a quick look at what we exactly built here. So you'll see there is the resource group that we created. Let me try and make this a bit bigger. So you'll see here the resource group that we created. And inside of that resource group is pretty much just that key vault that we were talking about. Now, if we look at the key vault, actually, let me open another tab here because I want to show you the service principal that we created as well. So if we look at Azure Active Directory and we go to app registrations and all applications, you will see that there is my GitHub password rotate account, and there is the service principal that's linked to that account that is going to act as our service account. Now, if we look at this service principal here, if we go back to the key vault and we look at the IAM permissions, of this resource, you will see here that the service account and also my own account has got Key Vault Secrets Officer, because the automation is going to interact with this Key Vault. Now, additionally, if we look at the subscription and we look at the IAM permissions of the subscription, you will see here that the virtual machine contributor will also have access to that service account. Now, what we need to do next is, if I have a quick look at what virtual machines are in my environment, I can see here that I've got a demo VM, which I'm running on at the moment. And then I've got a server, which is running. I've got PWD 9000 VM 01 and PWD 9000 VM 02 and 03. And you'll see 03 is actually stopped. The other two is running. Now, what we need to do is we need to create secrets in our secret keys in our Key Vault. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy the name of this server, which is PWD 9000 VM 01. So I'm just going to quickly go back to my Key Vault. And in my Key Vault, you'll see I don't have any secrets set up. Now, what you could do is you could actually import a list of servers in this case. But because I only have 3 servers, what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to create a secret, and I'm just going to call this PWD 9000 VM 01. And I'm just going to put in here a random string. This can be anything, because when our automation runs, it's going to actually change this. So for the first time, I could just put anything here. I'm going to create that secret. The next one, I'm going to do the same. I'm going to create VM2. I'm going to create a secret there. I'm going to create another one, which is because I've got 3 VMs. And I'm actually going to create a 4th one. Now, I had a 4th server, which I deleted, which I decommissioned, but I just wanted to show you what happens if we put a 4th server. So say, for example, I have 4 servers in my environment, and that's it. Now my Key Vault is set up, and these are my servers, which passwords I want to rotate. Now, remember, I said to you with the RBAC model, we can give access to specific keys. So if we have a quick look at access policies, you know, the old way or the legacy way was to give access to a vault using the vault access policies. But the problem with giving access to vault access policies is if we give someone access to this Key Vault, they will have access to all the secrets. Whereas we're using the Azure RBAC model, which we're using, we can now actually go and say, for example, an admin is only, you know, you have different admins or you have different teams looking after different servers, and they need access to their servers only. What we can actually do now is we can go to, say, password to VM02, and we can say, you'll see the IAM boxes here, and we can actually say, we want to give, we will give access to, if we go to role assignments, we can say add a role assignment, and we can say, we can give Key Vault user or Key Vault secrets user permissions to either a group of users or a user. You know, for example, we'll just say, we'll just use that account, for example. And now we can say this person will only have access to this single secret. But, you know, I just wanted to show you that that is pretty cool. And one of the nice reasons of using the RBAC model, as well as the access over the entire Key Vault, you know, it just works really well because in Azure, a lot of things uses IAM, and Key Vault always used to be the access policy way. It's a little bit different to how everything else, you know, is permissioned. So it's nice that they've brought that in. Microsoft's brought that in this RBAC model. But let's jump now onto the GitHub action part, the automation. So we've got our resource group, we've got our Key Vault, we've got our service account or our service principal. But now what we need is our GitHub action. Now, if I jump here to my GitHub page, I've actually got a repository. You'll see here my GitHub page is pwd 9000-ml. If we go and look at all the repositories here, let me try and make this a bit bigger. You'll see there's a repository here called Azure VM Password Management, and it's a public template. So what I'll do is I'll open this GitHub repo, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a copy of this, and you can do this. Anyone can come to my repo and do this by selecting use this as a template. I'm just going to click on that, and I'm going to give this a repository a name, and I'll just call this DEVCON 6 PWD rotate demo, and the description is automation repository to rotate server passwords in my Azure subscription. And I'm going to make this a private repo because I don't want people on the internet to be able to see what I'm doing here. It's just a personal private repo in my own environment that I'm going to work with. No one needs to come and access this repository for anything, really. It's just got a workflow, which I'll talk about. But let's create this repo. And in this repository, you will see that I've got the Azure prereq script, which we ran earlier to set up all the stuff. This is the script basically. But what I wanted to show you was there's also a README license and a gitignore file, which is pretty standard with any repo. Now, what I wanted to show you was this folder here called .github/workflows. Now, this is almost like a very special folder that we would create to create basically workflow files. And workflow files, if we take a look at that, is basically just a YAML file. And you'll see that it's called rotate VM passwords. Now, if you've worked in Azure DevOps, these files are very similar to pipelines, to automation pipelines. They also follow a YAML schema, just like a DevOps pipeline does. So if you're not familiar with GitHub Actions, but you're familiar with Azure DevOps YAML, multi-stage YAML pipelines, this will look very familiar to you. Now, because this file is in this special folder, you can actually go into the Actions tab, and you will see the action here, update Azure VM passwords. And we can see that we can actually run this workflow. But let's take a quick look at this workflow by just going back to the file. And you'll see here that we have a name, and then we have a trigger. Now, this trigger is saying that workflow dispatch gives us the ability to run this action manually, and it will also run on a schedule. Now, this schedule is to say, run it at 9 o'clock in the morning on every Monday. I've also got a tab here, which is called crontab.guru. So you can actually change this to, to run every day, for example, or maybe every Friday at 9 o'clock. So you kind of set up your schedule using a cron schedule. And for me, I just did that on a Monday at 9 o'clock every morning. Now, this will run on a Windows image. In Azure DevOps, they're called pipeline agents or hosted agents, Azure agents. In GitHub, these are called runners. But again, you can run it on Windows, you can run it on Ubuntu. It doesn't really matter. We've got a variable that we're going to update in a minute. It's just a key vault name. And then we've got some steps. And if you're familiar again with DevOps pipelines, you'll know about stages and steps as well in there. It's basically just a list of things that was going to run. The first thing is our repo is going to get checked out. Then we need to log into Azure somehow. And this is where our, that service account is going to come in handy. So you'll see here that the action that we're using is called Azure Login. And it's going to use secrets called Azure Credentials. Now let's set this up real quick. So I'm just going to copy that. Now remember that account that we created earlier generated this JSON body. So what we're going to do is in our GitHub repo, we're going to go to settings, and under settings, we're going to go to secrets, and we're going to create a new repository secret, and we're going to call that Azure Credentials. And we're just going to paste that JSON body into our secret here, and we're going to say add secret. Now, we cannot look at this again. We can only update and remove it. So we have a credential now in our repository. So if we jump back to that workflow real quick, you will see that when we're logging into Azure, it's going to use that account, that secrets account, to log into Azure. Then what's going to happen, we're going to generate a random character set, which I'll show you in just a minute. And then we have basically a PowerShell script. And all that this PowerShell script is going to do is it's going to connect to our key vault using that key vault name. It's going to look at every secret in our key vault. So it's going to basically run, if I just quickly jump back to the key vault, it's going to connect to this key vault, and it's going to look at each of these keys. And it's going to say, I want to connect to this server. It's going to connect to the server. If it can connect to the server, it will generate a random password. It will set that password, and then it will update this value in the key vault. This is pretty much what this script is going to do. I won't go, just because of the time, I won't go through every single, it's basically a PowerShell script. But you can come, after the demo, you can come and have a look at this code, if you like, in the repo. Now, there is one thing we need to do. Remember, we set up our secret, so that's already done. We've got our Azure credentials. Now, the only last thing we need to do is update our key vault. Now, here is a really nice trick about a GitHub that you can do. If I'm going to press the dot button on my keyboard, and you'll see what happens. If I press dot on the key vault repo, it's actually going to open VS Code in my web browser. You see, I'm still in my web browser here, my Chrome, but I've actually got an instance of VS Code running now in my web browser. So I don't even need VS Code installed on my machine I'm working on here, which is pretty awesome. So let's go back to the key vault. I'm just going to grab this key vault name, and I'm going to go to my GitHub action. And I'm just going to update my key vault to the one that we're using, which is the DEVCON KV634. And I'm just going to commit that. I'm just going to say updated new key vault. I'm going to save that. Commit that, and it will automatically save it. So if we jump back to the code repo now, and we look at this file, you'll see that our key vault is actually being updated with our key vault that we're using. Now let's look at this. So if I go to actions and I run, just wanted to quickly show you something before I run that. I realize we're almost out of time here, but what I wanted to quickly show you was from my virtual servers. Remember, I have 2 running and the third one is stopped. So I'm just going to quickly run that workflow, and we'll see what it's going to do. If it's going to do, so you see it started running there. And that's now just logging into Azure. Oh, sorry, no, it's downloading the repo. Okay.
So,
Meanwhile, we can take questions. Yeah.
Yeah, in the meantime, if there's any questions,
I
we
have a
can.
question for you, Marcel.
Sure.
So the question is from Muhammad Imran Ansari, and the question is, can we also set a password automation for Windows services and schedule tasks?
For scheduled Windows services, so I mean, this automation here can be used. That cron job is basically the schedule, and because this is a GitHub action, it's almost like serverless. So you don't need any. I would say this. I don't know if that answers the question though, but basically this script is run on this cron job schedule, which is like your task scheduler. So you can have this automation that I'm manually running at the moment will basically run every Monday morning at 9 a.m. And you can change that schedule. You can have a daily schedule even if you really want to. Does that answer the question?
I hope so. Thank you for the answer, Marcel. Do we have any more question?
Nope, that was all.
So you can wind it up quickly, Marcel.
Okay, sure. So let me show you here. So it's found the server one, and then it's basically checking if it's running. If it's running, it will generate a new password, and it's going to update the key vault with that password. So if we take a quick look at, remember when I set up these passwords, I just put a random string in there. So if we take a quick look at our key vault, and it will do this for every server. We go to secrets and we look at this server here, VM1. You'll see there's a new secret here. And, we can see that's the password. So if I try and connect to my server, so if I do remote desktop, and we can now give people access to this secret only, right? And that secret will update every Monday. So we don't need to write it down or anything. We can just come to the key vault. And I'm going to connect to that. And I'm just going to copy my password in here, see if that works. And it works. As you can see, I can log into my server using my new password. And like I said, it will just do this for, it's found the second server. Now, I just wanted to say, if a server is off, like my third server wasn't running, if that server is not running, it is just skipped. And if the server doesn't exist, it will tell you the server doesn't exist. So you can then remove that entry from the key vault. But yeah, this is basically all there is to it.
All right, Marcel, please accept our big thanks for the lovely presentation. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you very much. Thanks for, and have a really nice day.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So let's have our next speaker, Mr. Asadullah Khalid. He's a software development engineer at security.ai, and his topic for today is build data-driven components in JavaScript frameworks. Over to you, Asadullah Khalid, and welcome.
All right, thank you, Safiya. So first of all, thank you everyone for joining my session. So the topic of my presentation today is how we can build data-driven UI components. We can also call it a guide to reshape our traditional approach of developing front-end applications. So little bit about me. My name is Abdullah Khalid. I've been working at Security.ai for the past 2 years. I've also 3+ years of working experience with JavaScript frameworks. Other than that, I speak on the topic of technology, career, self-development on various platforms. Other than that, I love to contribute in open source. So whatever I do, I put it on publicly. So whatever I've learned, people can learn it out of it as well. So let's move on and start today's session. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल व्हाट इज मीन बाय डेटा ड्रिवन यूआई, क्योंकि हमारे टाइटल के अंदर भी हमने वो टर्म देखी कि डेटा ड्रिवन यूआई लिखा हुआ है, तो इसका मतलब क्या है. सो before I explain this, I would like to bring this into knowledge that we have this approach which is called data driven programming in software engineering field for some decades now. What this approach tells us is that whatever we create as a program, and if we want to make a change in it, we do not change anything in its implementation but change the data which is driving that program. So उसको मैं आसान अल्फाज में बोलूँ तो वो इस तरह से है कि हमने एक एप्लीकेशन बनाई, तो हम उस एप्लीकेशन को इस तरह से डेवलप करें कि जो उसकी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन हुई है हमें उसके अंदर जाके कुछ चेंज ना करना पड़े, बट हम उस इम्प्लीमेंटेशन को किसी डेटा के ऊपर मैप करें, और मैं अगर उस डेटा के अंदर कुछ भी चेंज करूं तो हमारा जो प्रोग्राम है बेसिकली वो ऑटोमेटिकली उस चेंज को रिफ्लेक्ट करे. तो इसी अप्रोच को यूज करते हुए जो है मैंने इसको फ्रंट एंड के ऊपर मैप करा है और इसको एक टर्म दे दिया डेटा ड्रिवन यूआई. सो अगर हम डेटा ड्रिवन यूआई की डेफिनेशन को देखें तो वो बेसिकली इस तरह से बनती है कि डेटा ड्रिवन यूआई एक किसी भी तरह की एक नॉर्मल सिंपल यूआई है. इसके अंदर होता बस ये है कि हमारी जो यूआई हमें ब्राउजर पे दिख रही होती है वो ड्राइव होती है किसी डेटा से, ठीक है. उस डेटा को मेटा डेटा भी कह सकते हैं, ठीक है, और वो डेटा डिसाइड करता है कि हमें ब्राउजर के अंदर रन टाइम के ऊपर क्या चीज़ दिखनी है। ठीक है, इससे होता ये कि हमें जब भी अपनी यूआई के अंदर कुछ चेंज करना है तो हम अपने कोड के अंदर जाके, फ्रंट एंड के कोड के अंदर जाके वहाँ उसका मार्कअप या उसकी लॉजिक चेंज नहीं करेंगे, बल्कि हम सिर्फ डेटा के अंदर चेंज करेंगे और ऑटोमेटिकली हमारी यूआई अपडेट हो जाएगी। तो ये जो एक पूरा सेंटेंस है मैंने बात करी है, शायद थोड़ा कंफ्यूजिंग हो और ये मतलब अजीब सी बात लग रही हो इस मोमेंट के ऊपर कि हम जब कोड में कोई चेंज नहीं करेंगे तो यूआई कैसे चेंज होगी हमारी। बट बिलीव मी, ऐसा हो सकता है और हम इसको करके भी देखेंगे आगे। सो लेट्स मूव ऑन। आज की प्रेजेंटेशन को कंटिन्यू करने के लिए मुझे एक एग्जाम्पल चाहिए, तो मैंने इस फॉर्म को जो है अपने एक फॉर्म जो है एक इंश्योरेंस फॉर्म है। हम बेसिकली इस फॉर्म को आगे लेकर चलेंगे और सारी अपनी जो भी डेवलपमेंट करेंगे, जो भी चीज़ें देखेंगे वो उसके रेफरेंस से देखेंगे। मैंने ये फॉर्म क्यों पिक करा है, मैं इसका रीज़न भी आगे बताऊंगा। हमारे पास ये फॉर्म है, हमें सबसे पहले इसको एक वेब एप्लीकेशन के अंदर कन्वर्ट करना है। ठीक है, यूजली हम कभी कोई डेवलपमेंट स्टार्ट करते हैं उससे पहले ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग करते हैं, हम किस तरह से किसी चीज़ को जो है कोड के अंदर उसका आर्किटेक्ट करेंगे। तो बिल्कुल इसी तरह से मैंने भी इसको थोड़ा सा ब्रेनस्टॉर्म करा एज अ डेवलपर कि अगर मेरे पास ये फॉर्म है तो इसके अंदर अगर मैं देखूँ तो 4 सेक्शंस बन रहे हैं जो कि इसकी फील्ड्स से मुझे पता चल रहा है। फॉर एग्जाम्पल, यहाँ जो इन्फॉर्मेशन हम दे रहे हैं यूजर की इन्फॉर्मेशन है, फिर उसके बाद यहाँ पेशेंट की है, सिमिलरली यहाँ पे हम कुछ इंश्योरेंस प्लान से रिलेटेड इन्फॉर्मेशन दे रहे हैं और कुछ यहाँ पे यूजर के कंसेंट है। हमें इस डिटेल में नहीं जाना इसके अंदर एक्जैक्टली क्या क्या लिखा हुआ है, हमें सिर्फ ओवर हाई लेवल इसकी इन्फॉर्मेशन लेनी है। तो बेसिकली मैंने इसको 4 ब्लॉक्स में डिवाइड कर दिया है, तो जब मैं इसको इम्प्लीमेंट करूंगा अपनी फ्रंट एंड एप्लीकेशन के अंदर तो इसको 4 ब्लॉक्स के अंदर करूंगा। इस फॉर्म के अंदर कुछ चीज़ें हैं जो हमें नोट करनी है। पेशेंट डिटेल्स के ब्लॉक के अंदर हमारे पास 2 कंडीशनल रेंडरिंग्स हो रही हैं। इसका मतलब क्या है, यहाँ पे फॉर्म के अंदर पूछा गया है कि क्या पेशेंट का HICN नंबर हैगा, अगर हैगा तो यहाँ पे वो दें आप, अदरवाइज नहीं दें। इसी तरह अगर यूजर बेसिकली आपने अपनी फॉर्म में इंफॉर्मेशन दी यूजर डिटेल्स के सेक्शन के अंदर, अब आप पेशेंट के डिटेल्स के अंदर अगर सेल्फ सेलेक्ट करते हैं तो बेसिकली एज अ डेवलपर मैंने ये सोचा है कि मैं जब सेल्फ सेलेक्ट होगा तो यहाँ जो मैंने इन्फॉर्मेशन दी है मैं उसको ही यूटिलाइज कर लूंगा पेशेंट के लिए। अगर इसके अलावा कुछ भी इन्फॉर्मेशन लाइक कोई भी चीज़ सेलेक्ट करता है तो मैं फिर ये पूरा ब्लॉक दिखा के वहाँ से उसकी इन्फॉर्मेशन ले लूंगा। तो एक चीज़ हमें ये भी इम्प्लीमेंट करनी है। तीसरी चीज़ जो है वो ये है कि इंश्योरेंस प्लान के सेक्शन के अंदर यहाँ पे भी एक कंडीशनल रेंडरिंग है कि उसने हमसे पूछा है इस फॉर्म के अंदर कि अगर जो बेसिकली जो फॉर्म जो फिल कर रहा है उसके क्या पहले से कोई इंश्योरेंस प्लान और भी हैं, अगर हैं तो हम उसकी भी इंफॉर्मेशन यहाँ पे दें, अदरवाइज हम मूव ऑन कर जाएं। सो हमने अब तक ये फॉर्म देखा और हमने ये देखा कि हमें बनाना क्या है। हम एक जल्दी से एग्जाम्पल जो फॉर्म की अभी हमने एग्जाम्पल देखी थी एक पिक्चर के अंदर, उसी एग्जाम्पल को हम लोग चलता हुआ भी देख लेते हैं। बेसिकली मैंने उस फॉर्म को ऑलरेडी वेब में कन्वर्ट कर दिया है, क्योंकि हमारे पास टाइम और लिमिटेड है, तो जो है हम डायरेक्ट इसकी एप्लीकेशन मैंने पहले से बना के रखी हुई थी। जो फील्ड्स हमने वहाँ पे देखी थी, जिस तरह से ब्लॉक वहाँ पे हमने देखे थे, यहाँ पे भी वो उस तरह से रेंडर हुए हैं। द ओनली डिफरेंस दिस कि मैंने यहाँ पे सारी फील्ड्स नहीं लगाई क्योंकि उसमें बहुत सारी थी और वो रिपीटेड थी, तो मैंने उसको वो रखी हैं जो यूनिक है। अब इस फॉर्म के अंदर हमारे पास 2 एक ऐसी फील्ड्स हैं जिसके अंदर हम कुछ डेटा दिखा रहे हैं। फॉर एग्जांपल इसमें हम इन्फॉर्मेशन दिखा रहे हैं और इसके अंदर हम कंट्रीज की इन्फॉर्मेशन दिखा रहे हैं। तो बेसिकली ये डेटा जो है मैंने अपने फ्रंट एंड एप्लीकेशन में स्टैटिकली रखा हुआ है, इसको दिया हुआ है, और ये जो डेटा है ये एक एपीआई से फैच हो रहा है। ये एपीआई मैंने अपने लोकल सर्वर एक बनाया हुआ है, उसके ऊपर लिखी हुई है और वहाँ से ये डेटा मुझे रिटर्न हो रहा है। इसके अलावा मैंने यहाँ पे कुछ कंडीशनल रेंडरिंग की बात करी थी कि अगर मैं पेशेंट का रिलेशन अपने साथ जो है सेल्फ सेलेक्ट करता हूँ तो सिर्फ यहाँ पे वो इन्फॉर्मेशन दिखाएं जो हमने यहाँ पे नहीं ली, अदरवाइज बाकी जो इन्फॉर्मेशन है वो यही वाली यूटिलाइज कर लें पेशेंट। ठीक है, इसके अलावा HICN नंबर है, अगर ये नो है तो यहाँ हमें कुछ नहीं दिखाना, लेकिन अगर मैं येस करता हूँ तो यहाँ से मुझे यूजर का HICN नंबर। फिर उसके बाद इंश्योरेंस प्लान था कि अगर यूजर ने कहा कि उसके पहले से इंश्योरेंस प्लान है तो वो नंबर ऑफ इंश्योरेंस प्लान बताएगा और उसके बाद हमारे पास से कुछ ब्लॉक्स दिख जाएंगे, यहाँ से हम वो इन्फॉर्मेशन दे सकते हैं इंश्योरेंस प्लान की। ये कंसेंट का एक सेक्शन है, अगर यूजर को सिलेक्ट करता है और सबमिट करता है तो यहाँ से इसका फॉर्म सबमिट हो जाएगा। मैंने यहाँ पे अभी कोई वैलिडेशन नहीं लगाई क्योंकि वो हमारे स्कोप के अंदर नहीं है और अभी उसका लगाने का कोई फायदा भी नहीं था, तो बेसिकली आपको एग्जाम्पल देने का मतलब अभी तक हमने काम जो करा है वो क्यों किया है, किस लिए किया है, वो अभी आपको क्लियर हो जाएगा। उससे पहले हम ये देख लेते हैं कि हमने इस फॉर्म को कोड के अंदर किस तरह से इम्प्लीमेंट करा है। क्योंकि हमारे पास टाइम और लिमिटेड है तो मैं डेफिनेटली कोड खोल के एक एक चीज़ नहीं दिखा सकता, तो इसलिए मैंने अपने कोड की ही स्नैपशॉट्स ले लिए हैं और वो मैंने अटैच करें। तो हम इसको देख लेते हैं किस तरह से हमने कोड लिखा हुआ है फ्रंट एंड का उस फॉर्म के लिए। तो ये वो पहला सेक्शन है जो हमें इम्प्लीमेंट करना है। तो क्योंकि हमने इसको एक ब्लॉक में डिवाइड करा था तो अब हमें पता है कि हमें इसके लिए एक डिव बनाना है या लेट्स से एक ब्लॉक बनाना है, कंपोनेंट बनाना है और इसकी जितनी भी फील्ड्स होंगी इस ब्लॉक के अंदर जाएंगे। ठीक है, तो मुझे अगर एक फॉर्म बनाना है तो सबसे पहले मैं क्या करूंगा, एक फॉर्म डिफाइन करूंगा, उसमें मैंने इंश्योरेंस क्लेम फॉर्म की जो है हेडिंग डाल दी, उसके अंदर मैंने अब ये ब्लॉक बना दिया, ये ब्लॉक बना दिया। और इस यूजर डिटेल्स के ब्लॉक के अंदर इसकी जितनी भी फील्ड्स हैं वो सारी यहाँ पर आ जाएंगी। तो मैंने भी थोड़ी सी लिख दी है, बाकी डॉट्स डाल दी हैं। इसका मतलब ये कि यहाँ पे जितनी चाहे फील्ड आ सकती है। अब क्योंकि हमारे पास 4 ब्लॉक थे, तो हमने अब 4 यहाँ पे डिव्स बना दिए, ठीक है, 4 ब्लॉक्स बना दिए, और जितनी भी उनके लाइक फील्ड्स हैं उन सारी वो अपने रिस्पेक्टिव डिव्स के अंदर जाएंगी, ठीक है। ये तो हमने इसका मार्कअप लिख दिया। अब इस फॉर्म का कोई मॉडल भी होगा, क्योंकि जब हम फॉर्म सबमिट करते हैं तो वो इन्फॉर्मेशन डेफिनेटली सर्वर के ऊपर भी जानी है, कहीं जाके वो सेव हो रही होगी, तो उस फॉर्म का मॉडल ये है, ठीक है। हम इसके अंदर जो भी यूजर इनपुट देगा वो इसके अंदर उसकी वैल्यूज बिठाएंगे और हम ये सर्वर के ऊपर भेज देंगे। यहाँ तक जो है बहुत प्रिटी फॉरवर्ड सारी चीज़ें थी। कोई भी ऐसी चीज़ नहीं थी कि अगर एक फ्रंट एंड डेवलपर बेसिक डेवलपमेंट भी करता है तो उसको आइडिया होगा ये चीज़ कैसे हुई है, ठीक है। अम, अब हम क्योंकि स्टैटिक एप्लीकेशन हमने बना देख लिया कि एक बनी हुई भी है और उसको किस तरह से बनाए हैं, अब हम उसी एप्लीकेशन को कन्वर्ट करते हैं डेटा ड्रिवन यूआई के अंदर। यानी कि हम ये कह सकते हैं कि अ, हम अब अपनी एप्लीकेशन को ऐसे एप्लीकेशन में कन्वर्ट करने जा रहे हैं कि हम हमें अगर उस एप्लीकेशन के अंदर कोई भी चीज़ ऐड या रिमूव करनी हो या अपडेट करनी हो, तो हमें अपने कोड में ना जाना पड़े, हम सिर्फ डेटा में चेंज करें और हमारी यूआई पहले तो ऑटोमेटिकली रेंडर हो और उसके बाद उसमें चेंजेस भी हों वो सारी चीज़ें। ये काम हम कैसे अचीव कर सकते हैं? डेफिनेटली उसके लिए हमारे पास कोई ना कोई किस्म का डेटा होगा, क्योंकि हम बात यही कर रहे हैं कि डेटा से हमारी यूआई ड्रिवन होगी, सही है। तो उस डेटा को हम मेटा डेटा भी कहते हैं, ठीक है। तो हम ये देख लेते हैं कि बेसिकली हमारी वैसे नॉर्मली मेटा डेटा की डेफिनेशन अगर आप लोगों ने सुनी भी हो, नेट पे भी सर्च करें, वो ये होती है कि मेटा डेटा गिव्स अस इंफॉर्मेशन अबाउट द डेटा इटसेल्फ। तो डेटा की इंफॉर्मेशन बेसिकली मेटा डेटा होती है। तो हमारे केस के अंदर हमारी ब्राउजर के अंदर कौन कौन सी फील्ड जो है रेंडर होनी है, ये हमारा डेटा है, और उसके बारे में इंफॉर्मेशन हमारा मेटा डेटा दे रहा है। तो हमारे कॉन्टेक्स्ट में मेटा डेटा क्या है कि इट इज अ पीस ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन दैट कुड बी अ जेसन, ठीक है। हम इस डेटा को मेटा डेटा को जेसन फाइल के फॉर्म में भी बना सकते हैं, ठीक है। और ये एक सिंपल सा कॉन्ट्रैक्ट होता है फ्रंट एंड और बैक एंड डेवलपर्स के बीच में, जो आपस में मिल के बैठ के डिसाइड करते हैं कि हमें किस तरह का मेटा डेटा डिजाइन करना है कि वो हमें बताए कि ब्राउजर के अंदर क्या चीज रेंडर होनी है और किस तरह से रेंडर होनी है, ठीक है। तो ये मेटा डेटा कंप्लीटली आपकी चॉइस है। जो जिस एप्लीकेशन पे आप लोग काम कर रहे हैं बेस्ड ऑन द बिजनेस रिक्वायरमेंट्स, आप जो है इस मेटा डेटा को डिजाइन कर सकते हैं। क्योंकि मेरी रिक्वायरमेंट मुझे पता थी कि हमें फॉर्म बनाना है, तो मैंने अपना मेटा डेटा उस हिसाब से डिजाइन करा। मैं पहले आप लोगों को ये दिखाऊंगा कि हम लोगों ने ये मेटा डेटा किस तरह से डिजाइन किया है, क्योंकि जब आप लोग इसको अपनी एप्लीकेशन के लिए करेंगे तो आप लोगों को पता होना चाहिए कि वो कौन से स्टेप्स हैं जो आप लोग इसके लिए ले सकते हैं। सबसे पहले हमने स्टैटिक फॉर्म के अंदर देखा कि हमें एक यूआई डेवलप करनी थी, तो हमने क्या करा कि 4 ब्लॉक्स बनाए थे अपने एचटीएमएल के अंदर, ठीक है। अभी आप ऐसा समझे जो काम हमने एचटीएमएल में करा था वही काम हम जो है अब जेसन के अंदर करने जा रहे हैं। फिर ये किस तरह से जेसन से हमारे कोड में कन्वर्ट होगा, यूआई पे दिखेगा, वो हम आगे देखेंगे। लेकिन अभी आपने फॉर अ मोमेंट ये कंसिडर करना है कि हमारे पास ये जो कीज हैं बेसिकली रिप्रेजेंट करनी है उस तरह के बिल्कुल ब्लॉक्स को जिस तरह से हमने एचटीएमएल में बनाए थे। तो मेरे पास एक मेटा डेटा का ऑब्जेक्ट है जिसे हम जिसन भी कह सकते हैं। तो ये जितनी भी कीज हैं ये हमारे ब्लॉक्स डिफाइन कर रही हैं। हमारे फॉर्म में 4 ब्लॉक्स हैं, मैंने 4 व्यूज बना दिया। अब इन कीज के अगेंस्ट जो है एक वैल्यू एरे ऑफ ऑब्जेक्ट्स पड़े हैं, ठीक है। ये एरे क्यों है? क्योंकि ये हमारा ब्लॉक है, इस ब्लॉक के अंदर मल्टीपल फील्ड हो सकती है। हम उन फील्ड्स की इंफॉर्मेशन जो है वो उस एरे के अंदर देंगे, ठीक है। तो वो मल्टीपल हो सकती है तो इसलिए एरे। इसी तरह से सारे एरेज हैं, इनके अंदर हम कुछ इंफॉर्मेशन देंगे उन फील्ड्स के बारे में जो हम अभी देखते हैं। अब जो यहाँ पे मैंने इसी एरे को उठाया और जूम कर दिया और उसको एक्सपेंड कर दिया थोड़ा सा। अब हम इसको क्लोजअप से देख रहे हैं। तो इस एरे के अंदर बहुत सारे ऑब्जेक्ट्स हो सकते हैं। मैंने एक ऑब्जेक्ट को फोकस करा है और अभी एक ऑब्जेक्ट के बारे में हम बात कर रहे हैं, ठीक है। ये ऑब्जेक्ट जो है ना बेसिकली हमें बताता है कि यूजर डिटेल्स के अंदर मुझे जो फील्ड रेंडर करवानी है वो फील्ड की इंफॉर्मेशन क्या है। तो फॉर एग्जांपल मुझे यूजर डिटेल के सेक्शन में एक फील्ड रेंडर करवानी थी जो यूजर से नेम इनपुट लेती है। तो मैंने देखें यहाँ पे ये कुछ चीजें लिखी हैं, इसको मैं भी और बताऊंगा डिटेल के अंदर। बट यहाँ पे क्या है, मैंने इसकी टाइप दी है टेक्स्ट फील्ड, फिर मैंने इसका लेबल बताया हुआ है, ठीक है। मैंने बताया हुआ है इसका प्लेस होल्डर क्या होगा, इसकी वैलिडेशंस क्या होंगी। तो इस तरह से बेसिकली हमने कुछ इन्फॉर्मेशन फील्ड के बारे में दी हुई है। तो इससे हमें ये पता चल रहा है अभी रफली के एक यूजर डिटेल का ब्लॉक बनना चाहिए यूआई पे, ठीक है। उसके अंदर बहुत सारी फील्ड्स हो सकती हैं और एक फील्ड के बारे में इन्फॉर्मेशन हमने यहाँ दी हुई है। मैंने इस ऑब्जेक्ट को 5 पार्ट्स में डिवाइड करा है आप लोगों को समझाने में। जब आप लोग भी बनाए तो आप लोग इसको इस तरह से डिवाइड कर सकते हैं। एक चीज यहाँ पे नोट करने की है, जब मैं इसको रिफ्रेश करता हूँ और ये हमारा पेज लोड होता है तो बहुत सारी ऐसी फील्ड्स हैं जो इनिशियली हमें नहीं दिखती, ठीक है। तो फॉर एग्जांपल अगर मैं इसकी बात करूँ, मैंने लेट से पेरेंट सेलेक्ट करा पेशेंट के लिए, तो मेरे पास ये फील्ड्स आ गई। लेकिन जब मैंने पेज लोड किया था तो ये फील्ड मुझे नहीं दिखी थी। तो इसका मतलब है मुझे डिसीजन लेना है कि पेज लोड होने के ऊपर कौन सी फील्ड दिखानी है कौन सी नहीं दिखानी, ठीक है। तो अगर मैं यहाँ पर आऊँ अपने पार्ट 1 में, तो यहाँ मैंने एक की इंट्रोड्यूस कराई है। इस की का काम बेसिकली ये है मेरे फ्रंट एंड के कोड को बताना कि अगर ये फील्ड ट्रू है तो हमें पेज डॉट के ऊपर ये फील्ड दिखानी है, अदरवाइज फॉल्स है तो नहीं दिखानी। ठीक है, तो वो फील्ड जिनको मुझे दिखाना है, लेट्स से हमें नेम दिखाना था तो मैंने इसे ट्रू रख दिया। अगर मुझे पेज लोड पे नहीं दिखाना होता मैं इसे फॉल्स रख देता। ये की का नाम कुछ भी हो सकता है, आप अपनी मर्जी से इसको बनाए नहीं बनाए, इट्स टोटली।
We can't hear you, Asadullah. I think there is some technical issue right now. Let's wait for it.
ऐसी फील्ड थी जिसके अंदर डेटा आ रहा था। एक डेटा ऐसा था जो हमारे पास स्टैटिकली रखा हुआ था फ्रंट एंड पे, एक हमारे पास एपीआई से आ रहा था। तो अगर यही चीज़ हम जब डायनेमिकली करेंगे तो हम इसको कैसे अचीव करेंगे, सही है। तो उसके लिए मैंने जो है यहाँ पे एक फील्ड इंट्रोड्यूस कराई कि इज स्टैटिक ऑप्शन। इज स्टैटिक ऑप्शन अगर बाय डिफॉल्ट नल है इस तरह से, तो हमें ये पता चलेगा कि हमें इस ऑब्जेक्ट के लिए कोई भी डेटा बेसिकली नहीं पॉपुलेट कराना है, क्योंकि टेक्स्ट फील्ड में कोई डेटा की सेंस नहीं बनती, तो हमने इसको नल सेट कर दिया। लेकिन लेट्स से अगर ये टाइप इसके ड्रॉप डाउन है और हम रिलेशन विद पेशेंट वाले के अंदर ये डेटा फिल करना चाहते हैं, तो मैंने यहाँ पे एक वैल्यू इंट्रोड्यूस किया है इस स्टैटिक ऑप्शन। अगर ये ट्रू है इसका मतलब है हमें स्टैटिक ऑप्शंस पॉपुलेट करने, और ये उसी वो स्टैटिक ऑप्शंस यहीं हमने इस फील्ड में साथ भी दे दिए। तो जब हमारे फ्रंट एंड पे कोड आइटरेट हो रहा होगा तो वो क्या करेगा, चेक करेगा कि ट्रू है। अगर ट्रू है तो ये डेटा उठाएगा और इस ड्रॉप डाउन के अंदर डाल देगा। कंट्री के केस में हमारे पास एपीआई से आ रहा था, तो मैंने इस स्टैटिक ऑप्शन के बूलियन को फॉल्स रख दिया। इसको फॉल्स रखने का मतलब ये है कि स्टैटिक ऑप्शन इसमें नहीं आएंगे, लेकिन ये नल भी नहीं है, तो इसका मतलब है इसमें कहीं एपीआई से डेटा आ रहा होगा। तो मैंने उस एपीआई की इन्फॉर्मेशन यहाँ दे दी, तो यानी उसका यूआरएल बता दिया, उसका मेथड बता दिया। अगर ये पोस्ट होती तो बॉडी के पैरामीटर्स वगैरह सारी चीजें बता देते। तो बेसिकली हम डायनामिकली डेटा भी फैच कर सकते हैं इस इन्फॉर्मेशन से। फिर हमारे पास चौथा पार्ट है, ये पार्ट सबसे ज्यादा क्रूशल है, और यही समझने का, अगर ये आप लोग सही से समझ लेंगे तो बेसिकली आप लोगों का जो मेटा डेटा डिजाइन करने का तरीका है वो आप लोगों का असल चीज हो जाएगी। एक चीज है हमें यहाँ पे देखने की, फ्रंट एंड के अंदर नॉर्मली जब हम स्टैटिकली एक एप्लीकेशन डेवलप करते हैं तो उसमें क्या होता है कि अगर फॉर एग्जांपल मुझे यहाँ पे कंडीशनली रेंडर करना था कि मैं सेल्फ सेलेक्ट करता हूँ या लेट से एचआईसीएन सेलेक्ट करता हूँ, यस तो ये दिखे, नो पे ये हाइड हो जाए, तो हम इफ के चेक लगा देते हैं सिंपली। बट हमें यही इंफॉर्मेशन जो है अब यहाँ से इस मेटा डेटा के थ्रू देंगे, तो हमें इसी मेटा डेटा से डिसाइड करना पड़ेगा कि किसी फील्ड की चेंज होने के ऊपर हमें क्या कोई नेक्स्ट फील्ड दिखानी है। तो यहाँ उसके लिए मैंने एक चेक इंट्रोड्यूस कराया है, इस चेक नेक्स्ट नोड। ये जो चेक है बेसिकली हमें ये बताता है कि हमें ये चेक करना है कि जब भी इस फील्ड के ऊपर कोई चेंज आए क्या हमें कोई नेक्स्ट फील्ड दिखानी है। अगर ये फॉल्स सेट है या नल सेट है तो इसका मतलब ये है कि हमें कोई भी नहीं दिखानी। तो बेसिकली इन केस ऑफ यूजर नेम, जब भी हम यूजर नेम में कोई चेंज करते हैं तो हमें इसके ऊपर कोई फील्ड हाइड या शो नहीं करनी होती, तो इसलिए हम इसको फॉल्स रखेंगे। लेकिन अगर हम बात करें एचआईसीएन, हमने देखा एक बुलियन है हमारे पास, ठीक है, उस बुलियन की इन्फॉर्मेशन यहाँ पे टाइप उसकी रेडियो बटन है, 10 पेशेंट है वो एचआईसीएन नंबर। अगर वो यस सेलेक्ट करेगा तो हमें एचआईसीएन वाली फील्ड दिखानी है, जो कि ये उसकी जो की है पेशेंट एचआईसीएन, और यहाँ पे पेशेंट एचआईसीएन लिखा है, उसकी टेक्स्ट फील्ड है। तो बेसिकली इसके सेलेक्ट होने, यस होने के ऊपर हमें इसको दिखाना है, इसके नो होने पे हमें हाइड करना है। तो वो जो चेक हमने वहाँ पे फॉल्स सेट करा था टेक्स्ट फील्ड के केस में, अब हम उस रेडियो के केस में उसको ट्रू कर देंगे। यानी कि जब भी इस फील्ड में चेंज आए तो हम ये देखें कि ये ट्रू है या फॉल्स है। अगर ये ट्रू है इसका मतलब ये है कि इसके चेंज होने के ऊपर हमें कोई ना कोई फील्ड दिखानी तो है। तो उसके लिए मैंने एक नेक्स्ट नोड की एक एरे इंट्रोड्यूस कराया, उसके अंदर मैंने उन सारे ऑब्जेक्ट्स की कीज रख दी जो पॉसिबली मुझे फील्ड रेंडर करवानी पड़ सकती हैं इसके चेंज होने के ऊपर। तो इसके चेंज होने के ऊपर मुझे ये वाली फील्ड रेंडर करवानी थी, तो मैंने इसकी की उठाई इस ऑब्जेक्ट की, अपने पास इस नेक्स्ट नोड के अंदर डाल दी। अब मैं करूंगा ये कि जब भी इस फील्ड के अंदर चेंज आएगा ना, मैं इस बुलियन को चेक करूंगा। अगर ये ट्रू है, अगर ये फॉल्स है तो मैं कुछ भी नहीं करूंगा, इसको चेक ही नहीं करूंगा। अगर ये ट्रू है तो मैं इसके ऊपर आइटरेट करूंगा, इसकी की उठाऊंगा, आइटरेशन से मुझे की मिलेगी। जब मुझे फर्स्ट इसकी की मिलेगी मैं इस की को सर्च करूंगा इस पेशेंट डिटेल्स के एरे के अंदर, जहां पे भी की मैप करेगी तो मुझे ऑब्जेक्ट मिल जाएगा। अब मुझे ये ऑब्जेक्ट तो मिल गया, लेकिन अब मैं ये डिसाइड कैसे करूं कि यूजर ने यस सेलेक्ट करा है तो दिखाऊं, नो सेलेक्ट करा है तो नहीं दिखाऊं। मतलब ये चीज हमें डिसाइड करनी है, क्योंकि इसके चेंज के ऊपर तो हमें ये ऑब्जेक्ट मिल जाएगा, लेकिन इसको रेंडर करना ही नहीं करना ये हमें डिसीजन मेकिंग करनी पड़ेगी। तो इस चीज को डिसाइड करने के लिए मैंने यहाँ पे एक नई फील्ड इंट्रोड्यूस कराई, नोड स्कोप की। तो बेसिकली नोड स्कोप के अंदर जो वैल्यू पड़ी हुई होगी ना, हम उस वैल्यू को चेक करेंगे क्या यूजर ने यहाँ पे सेलेक्ट करी थी। अगर यूजर ने सेलेक्ट करी थी तो हम ये दिखाएंगे, वरना नहीं। तो इसकी एग्जाम्पल तो इस तरह से, इसमें कोई भी चेंज आया, मैंने देखा ये ट्रू है, मैंने इस पर आइटरेट करा, इससे की मिली, मैं इस की से इस ऑब्जेक्ट पे गया। अब मैंने इसका नोड स्कोप चेक करा और देखा यहाँ यूजर ने क्या वैल्यू सेलेक्ट करी थी। यूजर ने यहाँ पे लेट से नो सेलेक्ट करा था, तो मैं आऊंगा इस नोड स्कोप में सर्च करूंगा क्या नो, या नो का मतलब है फॉल्स, तो फॉल्स यहाँ पे हैगा। अगर फॉल्स यहाँ पर नहीं है तो मैं सिंपली इसको रेंडर नहीं कराऊंगा, यानी कि अपने मेटाडेटा से जो मैंने मेटाडेटा की कॉपी बनाई हुई थी उसमें से मैं इसको डिलीट कर दूंगा। लेकिन अगर यूजर जब इसको येस सेलेक्ट करेगा, ये पूरा साइकिल दोबारा चलेगा, ये ट्रू चेक करेगा, यहाँ आएगा, यहाँ से इस ऑब्जेक्ट आएगा, देखेगा नोड स्कोप में ट्रू पड़ा हुआ है, हम देखेंगे हाँ पड़ा हुआ है, तो ये इसको रेंडर कर देगा। तो बिल्कुल यहाँ पे इसी तरह से मैपिंग हो रही है। सही है। यहाँ पे हमने लेट से नो सेलेक्ट है, जैसे येस सेलेक्ट करा तो ये हमें दिख गई। सही है। तो इस तरह से हमने ये कंडीशन डेवलप कर लिया कि हमारी किस वैल्यू को सिलेक्ट होने के ऊपर हमें कौन सी नेक्स्ट वैल्यू सिलेक्ट होनी है। उसके बाद ये 5 पार्ट है, ये एक मिसलिनियस का ऑब्जेक्ट है, इसके अंदर बेसिकली आप चाहें तो कोई भी इन्फॉर्मेशन डाल सकते हैं। बस यहाँ पे आपको एक चीज का ख्याल रखना है, वो ये कि आप यहाँ पे कोई भी अगर फील्ड इंट्रोड्यूस करवाते हैं एक ऑब्जेक्ट के अंदर, तो आपके मेटाडेटा में जितने भी ऑब्जेक्ट्स हैं उन सब में वो फील्ड इंट्रोड्यूस करानी है। उसका रीजन ये कि आप लोग इसके ऊपर आइट्रेशन कर रहे होंगे, जो कि मैं दिखाऊंगा भी कैसे। जब आइट्रेशन कर रहे होंगे तो हमारी कोड को ये नहीं पता होगा हम किस ऑब्जेक्ट के लिए आइट्रेट कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि वो डायनेमिकली चल रहा होगा। तो अगर किसी एक के अंदर भी कोई एक फील्ड मिस होगी और अगर आपने फ्रंट एंड पे नल चेकिंग सही तरह से नहीं की हुई होगी, तो आपका कोड फट सकता है, जो कि सही प्रैक्टिस नहीं है। तो इस वजह से आपको हमेशा एक ऑप्टिमाइज मेटाडेटा डिजाइन करना पड़ता है, और आप फील्ड के स्पेसिफिक नहीं कर सकते, आपको ऐसा मेटा डिजाइन करना पड़ता है जो अक्रॉस पूरे मेटाडेटा के सेम रहे। तो इसलिए इसके ऊपर काफी थॉट्स डालनी पड़ती हैं आपको। अभी हमने मेटाडेटा डिजाइन कर लिया है, हम ये देखें कि मेटाडेटा को डायनेमिकली हमने किस तरह से इम्प्लीमेंट करा है अपने कोड के अंदर। उससे पहले हम इसी स्टैटिक एग्जाम्पल का देखते हैं वर्जन, वो जो हमने डायनेमिक एग्जाम्पल के अंदर करा है। यानी कि अभी देखा आपने यहाँ पे स्टैटिक फॉर्म हमने बनाया था, सेम यही फॉर्म यहाँ पे भी बना हुआ है, लेकिन मैं आपको, लेकिन आप इसको जाने के ये और ये दोनों फॉर्म बिल्कुल डिफरेंट तरीके से जो है रेंडर हुए हैं। ये हमारे पास सारा कोड स्टैटिकली रखा हुआ है, जैसे मैंने स्क्रीनशॉट्स में दिखाया भी, स्नैपशॉट्स में। डायनेमिक कोड जो है ये हमारा प्योरली जो है अपना मेटा डेटा से जनरेट हो रहा है। अब हमने ये काम करा क्यों है? अब सारी बात हमने कर ली, मेटा डेटा भी सीख लिया, डिजाइन करना भी सीख लिया, उसकी हम बात कर रहे हैं, हमने इसको बना भी दिया, इसकी कॉपी भी बना दी, लेकिन फर्क क्या है दोनों के अंदर, और हम इसको क्यों बनाए जब एक चीज बनी हुई। तो जो सबसे बड़ा इनमें फर्क है ना, वो ये है कि देखिए फॉर एग्जांपल मुझे अपने स्टैटिक फॉर्म के अंदर कोई फील्ड ऐड या रिमूव करनी है। लेट्स से मुझे यहाँ पे एक टेलीफोन की नई फील्ड ऐड करनी है, मैं क्या करूंगा, मेरे पास ये फ्रंट एंड का मेरा कोड खुला हुआ है, मैं जाऊंगा और अपने कोड के अंदर एक नई फील्ड इंट्रोड्यूस कराऊंगा। लेट्स से मैंने इसको नाम दे दिया, ठीक है। और मैं यहाँ पर आया तो देखिए मैंने कोड में जाके इसको लिखा, सेव करा, तो यहाँ पे टेलीफोन की फील्ड आ गई। तो बेसिकली मुझे कोई भी कोड में चेंज करना था तो मैं पहले अपने इसमें चेंज करना था, मैं कोड में गया, वहाँ पे जाके मैंने चेंज करा। लेकिन डायनेमिक एग्जाम्पल के केस में क्या होगा कि सेम चीज यहाँ पे भी रेंडर हो रही है, लेकिन अब मुझे अगर इसमें कुछ चेंज करना है ना, तो मैं अपने कोड में नहीं जाऊंगा फ्रंट एंड के, बल्कि मेरे सर्वर के ऊपर जो है, ये मेरा बैकएंड का सर्वर है, इसके ऊपर ये जेसन फाइल रखी हुई है, जो मेटा डेटा रखा हुआ है, जिसको मैंने अभी सारा आपको दिखाया है कि कैसे बनाते हैं, क्या होता है, किस तरह से होता है। मैं सिंपल करूंगा ये कि मैं इस यूजर डिटेल्स के अंदर गया, लेट्स से यहाँ पे एक नेम की पहले से फील्ड थी, मुझे टेलीफोन की ऐड करनी है। तो मैं यहाँ पे एक नई फील्ड ऐड करूंगा, इसका नाम रख दूंगा लेट्स से टेलीफोन, और मैं इसको जब रिफ्रेश करूंगा तो देखिए यहाँ पे टेलीफोन की फील्ड एंटर हो गई। तो दोनों में फर्क जो मतलब समझ आता है वो ये कि मुझे जब स्टैटिक एग्जांपल के अंदर जाके कोड चेंज करना था तो मैं फ्रंट एंड के कोड में गया, लेकिन मुझे डायनामिक एग्जांपल में चेंज करना था तो मैंने फ्रंट एंड का कोड खोला ही नहीं, मैं सिर्फ बैक एंड के ऊपर एक जेसन फाइल पड़ी हुई थी, उसमें जाके मैंने फील्ड भराई और यहाँ पे ऑटोमेटिकली वो रेंडर हो गया। तो इसको अगर आप सोचें तो इसके कितने बड़े फायदे हो सकते हैं कि हम जब एक वेब एप्लीकेशन बनाते हैं और अगर उस फॉर्म के अंदर हमें फील्ड्स कम ज्यादा करनी है, कुछ करनी है, हमें हर बार कोड में जाना पड़ता है, इससे बजाय अगर हमारे पास एक जेसन रखी हुआ हम उसमें चेंज करें और ये सारा सब कुछ चेंज हो जाए यहाँ पे। अब हम ये देख लेते हैं कि हमने जो भी काम अभी मेटाडेटा डिजाइन किया उसको इम्प्लीमेंट किस तरह से करा है। बिल्कुल इसी तरह से हमने स्टैटिक फॉर्म के अंदर एक सबसे पहले इनिशियली फॉर्म बनाया था, उस फॉर्म के अंदर एक टाइटल रखा था, हमने वही काम यहाँ पे भी करा है। वहां पे हमने 4 ब्लॉक्स बनाए थे, ठीक है, लेकिन क्योंकि अब हमारे पास मेटा डेटा है और हमने मेटा डेटा को डिजाइन इस तरह से करा था कि उसकी जो की हमारे पास है बेसिकली वो हमें बता रही है कि हमें कौन सा ब्लॉक रेंडर करना है या कौन सा कॉम्पोनेंट रेंडर करना है। तो यहाँ पे मैंने Vue.js के अंदर कोड लिखा हुआ है, तो Vue.js हमें एक फंक्शनलिटी देता है कि आप इस को अगर कोई भी कंपोनेंट का नाम पास करें तो वो उस कंपोनेंट को रेंडर कर देता है। तो मुझे एक की मिलती है, मैं इस की को अपने एक मैप बनाया हुआ वहाँ पे पास करता हूँ, ये मुझे कंपोनेंट का नाम रिटर्न करता है, ये मैप, और वो इसको पास होता है, तो इस जगह के ऊपर यानी कि यूजर डिटेल का कंपोनेंट रेंडर हो जाएगा। और क्योंकि इस की के अगेंस्ट मेरे पास एक एरे पड़ा हुआ था, तो जो मैंने उसको नाम फील्ड्स दे दिया, फील्ड्स का एरे मुझे मिल रहा है, वो मैं इसको एज प्रॉप पास कर दूंगा। सही है। ये हमारा वो जगह थी जहाँ पे हम अपने ब्लॉग्स जनरेट कर रहे थे। अब यहाँ पर ये हमारे पास क्योंकि ब्लॉक जनरेट हो गए हैं, तो ये इटसेल्फ एक हमारा यूजर डिटेल का एक कंपोनेंट है जिसे हम ब्लॉक कह सकते हैं। तो इसके अंदर देखें हमें प्रॉप के अंदर फील्ड्स मिल जाएंगी जो हमने वहां से पास करी थी। इस फील्ड के ऊपर मैंने आइट्रेशन करी और इससे एक एक करके ऑब्जेक्ट उठाता गया हर फील्ड का, और उस ऑब्जेक्ट को मैंने पास करा एक नए कंपोनेंट के अंदर जिसका नाम है फॉर्म फील्ड। ये एक तरह से जनरेटर है हमारा फॉर्म, यानी कि हमारी फॉर्म के अंदर जो फील्ड जनरेट होती है वो इसका रिस्पॉन्सिबल है। अगर मैं इसके अंदर आऊँ तो देखें यहाँ पे हमें फील्ड जो है वो एज अ प्रॉप मिल रही है। उस फील्ड के अंदर जो है मैं टाइप चेक कर रहा हूँ कि वो कौन सी टाइप का, और उस टाइप का जो है कंपोनेंट एंटर कर देता हूँ। तो लेट्स से हमारे मेटाडेटा में अगर टाइप जो है किसी फील्ड की टेक्स्ट फील्ड थी तो टेक्स्ट फील्ड एंटर हो जाएगी, ड्रॉप डाउन एंटर हो जाएगी। तो इस तरह से जो है हमारा मेटा डेटा रेंडर हो रहा है। अब इसमें आप एक चीज अगर नोट करें, इस पूरे कोड में हमने कोई भी काम स्टैटिक नहीं करा। हमने कहीं ये नहीं लिखा कि हमें नेम की फील्ड एंटर करनी है, कोई सी फील्ड एंटर करनी है। हर चीज हमारी डायनेमिक थी। इसके अंदर एक चीज जो देखने की है वो ये कि हमने जो डिस्कस करा था पार्ट 4 के अंदर हमारे जेसन के कि किसी भी फील्ड के चेंज के ऊपर हमें कैसे डिसाइड करेंगे हमें नेक्स्ट फील्ड क्या दिखानी है, तो उसकी मैंने लॉजिक लिखी हुई है। तो मैंने ये स्क्रीनशॉट सिर्फ इसलिए ऐड यहाँ पे करी है कि आपको ये आइडिया हो जाए कि ये किस तरह से होता है, बट आपको उसको कोड देखने की जरूरत नहीं है। मैंने रिपोजिटरी दी हुई होगी अपनी, उसके अंदर सारी चीजें हैं, वहां जाके देख सकते हैं। बट जस्ट टू गिव एन आइडिया कि हमारे पास एक फंक्शन लिखा हुआ है, और जो डिस्कशन हमने यहाँ पे की थी पार्ट 4 के अंदर कि किस तरह से यहाँ से चेक करता है और फिर यहाँ इसकी वैल्यू चेक करता है, सारी की सारी लॉजिक जो है हमारे पास इस फंक्शन में लिखी हुई। तो इस तरह से जो है हमने बेसिकली अपने मेटा डेटा को इम्प्लीमेंट कर दिया। अब क्योंकि सारा कुछ डायनेमिक है, तो हम जब भी मेटा डेटा में चेंज करेंगे हमारा जो यूआई है वो ऑटोमेटिकली रीरेंडर होकर बिल्कुल नई तरह से दिखना शुरू हो जाएगी जो भी हमने चेंज करा होगा। एक चीज यहाँ पे बस देखने की है कि मैंने अपने फॉर्म का जो मेटा डेटा जिस तरह से डिजाइन करा था, तो बेसिकली जब मैं फाइनली कोई भी वैल्यू के अंदर चेंज करता हूँ, सारी वैल्यूज में चेंज करता हूँ, तो मुझे मॉडल बन के मिलता है वो इस तरह से दिखता है। मैं इसको इस तरह से भी डिजाइन कर सकता था कि ये मॉडल जो हमें स्टैटिक फॉर्म में मिल रहा था बिल्कुल उस तरह से मिले, लेकिन मैंने एक एग्जांपल यहाँ पे प्रूव करने के लिए वो इसलिए मैंने इसको इस तरह से, ये जो मॉडल है जरा सा डिफरेंट है उससे जो हमने स्टैटिक के केस में देखा था, राइट। तो हमें क्योंकि हमने स्टैटिक वाली एप्लीकेशन को डायनेमिक में कन्वर्ट किया तो उसका मॉडल सेम रहना चाहिए, तो हमें इस मॉडल को जो है बिल्कुल वैसे ही बनाना पड़ेगा जैसे हमने स्टैटिक के केस में बनाया था। तो उसके लिए मैंने एक नई जेसन इंट्रोड्यूस कराई जिससे मैंने कहा मेटा डेटा कॉन्फ़िग। तो बेसिकली ये इन्फॉर्मेशन ये कॉन्फ़िग हमें मेटा डेटा की कॉन्फ़िगरेशन बताती है कि जो मेटा डेटा से चीजें बन रही हैं उसके अंदर क्या आप कोई मजीद काम करना चाहते हो तो वो इन्फॉर्मेशन आप यहाँ पे डाल दो। तो मैं क्योंकि इसको बिल्कुल स्टैटिक वाले मॉडल की तरह बनाना चाहता था, तो यहाँ मैंने कुछ फील्ड इंट्रोड्यूस कराई है, ये आप रिपोजिटरी में जाके देख सकते होंगे। वहाँ इस इन फील्ड्स की मदद के ऊपर मैं बेसिकली इस मॉडल को मॉडिफाई करता हूँ इस मेथड के अंदर, और ये मेथड कॉल होता है जब भी यूजर सबमिट का बटन दबाता है। तो सबमिट के बटन दबाने से पहले दबता है जब, तो ये फंक्शन कॉल होता है। इस फंक्शन में मैंने लॉजिक लिखी हुई है कि जो करंटली हमारे पास मॉडल है हम उस कॉन्फ़िग को जो हमने यहाँ कॉन्फ़िग किया इसको यूटिलाइज करते हुए बिल्कुल कन्वर्ट कर दे उस तरह से जैसे बैकएंड डेवलपर्स हमें चाहते हैं उनको मॉडल पास हो। तो इससे एक चीज और वो होती है कि अगर आपको मॉडल में कुछ चेंजेस करनी है तो उसके लिए आप एक कॉन्फ़िगरेशन की भी एक, क्योंकि जो हमने इससे पहले मेटा डेटा डिजाइन किया था वो हमें इन्फॉर्मेशन देती है यूआई के बारे में, लेकिन ये जो कॉन्फ़िग है ये हमें इन्फॉर्मेशन दे रही है हमारे मॉडल के बारे में। सो I think that is the implementation of our whole work. आई होप कि मैंने काफ़ी चीज़ों के अंदर सेंस बनाई होगी। ये मेरी रिपोजिटरी है, इस रिपोजिटरी के ऊपर जो है ऑलमोस्ट ये जितना भी मैंने मतलब ये मैंने पूरी एप्लीकेशन बनाई है। इट टुक मी अराउंड 2 वीक्स टू डेवलप दिस होल एप्लीकेशन। और इसके अंदर मैंने कोड बिल्कुल जेनरिक करा है और इस तरह से किया कोई रिएक्ट का बैकग्राउंड का या एंगुलर के बैकग्राउंड का, तो उनको भी वो चीज़ें समझ आ रही हैं। हर चीज़ कॉमेंटेड के साथ है। मैं एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ कि बाय द एंड ऑफ दिस टॉक आप लोगों में से जिन लोगों ने सुनी उनको शायद हर चीज़ समझ ना आई हो, क्योंकि बहुत कॉम्प्लेक्स चीज़ है और मैं बहुत स्पीड से इसलिए लेके चल रहा हूँ, कंटेंट बहुत ज़्यादा था, टाइम कम था। तो आप लोग अगर इस चीज़ में इंटरेस्टेड हुए हैं तो इस चीज़ को जाके थोड़ा सा कोड को रीड करें। बहुत सिंपल लिखने की कोशिश करिए कोड को, जाके जिसन के अंदर चेंजेस करके देखेंगे यूआई पे किस तरह से चेंजेस आ रहे हैं। फिर आप लोगों को रियलाइज होगा कि हाँ यार, आई मीन हाउ वी कैन इम्प्लीमेंट दिस थिंग इन आवर ओन एप्लीकेशन। ठीक है, तो ये रिपोजिटरी है। अच्छा, कुछ थ्योरेटिकल बातें थी बेसिकली जो कि बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, वो ये कि हम इसको कब यूज़ करें और कब यूज़ ना करें। मतलब मेरे पास एक स्टैटिक फॉर्म बना हुआ तो था, मैंने अब डायनेमिक फॉर्म क्यों बनाया? और अगर मुझे डायनेमिक मतलब मैंने कहा एक मुझे फील्ड ही बढ़ानी है तो वो तो मैं स्टैटिक में भी कर रहा था, मुझे एक उसमें 10 सेकंड लगे, इसके अंदर भी जेसन में जाके चेंज करना। तो पॉइंट इसके जो अभी मैंने एप्लीकेशन दिखाई है बहुत छोटी सी है, रियल के सिनेरियो के अंदर ये बहुत बड़ी एप्लीकेशन हो सकती है। मैं सिक्योरिटी के अंदर इस डोमेन के अंदर पिछले 1.5 साल से काम कर रहा हूँ और मैं मेटा डेटा ड्रिवन अप्रोच यूज कर रहा हूँ। हमारे पास जो फॉर्म है वो बहुत ज्यादा कॉम्प्लेक्स है, ठीक है। और पहले हमने एक वैल्यू के लिए एक मेटा डेटा डिजाइन करा था, फिर उसके बाद कर करके हमारे पास इस तरह से हो गया कि हमारी एक ड्रॉप डाउन उसमें 20 वैल्यूज हैं, तो हर वैल्यू के ऊपर हमें डिफरेंट यूआई जो है ना शो करनी होती है। तो अब हम कोड में जाके उसको चेंज नहीं करते, बल्कि हम सिर्फ जेसन में बैकएंड और डेवलपर्स ही उसको जेसन को चेंज कर देते हैं और वो ऑटोमेटिकली हमारी यूआई पे रेंडर हो जाती हैं वो चेंजेस सारी। तो इसीलिए कुछ यूज केसेस जब हमें इसको यूज करना चाहिए, हमें कुछ चीजें देखनी चाहिए। सबसे पहली चीज ये कि आपका जो मॉडल है, यानी कि जो आपको बैकएंड के सर्वर के ऊपर आपको मॉडल भेजना है, आपको ये मेक श्योर करना है कि आपने लेट से एक चीज डेवलप करी और आप उसको डायनेमिक कर रहे हो, तो ये मेक श्योर करें कि उसका जो मॉडल है वो फ्यूचर में चेंज ना हो, ज्यादा उसमें मॉडिफिकेशंस ना हो। क्योंकि यूआई, हम मेटा डेटा से यूआई की इंफॉर्मेशन दे सकते हैं, लेकिन मेटा डेटा से मॉडल को चेंज करना बहुत मुश्किल हो जाता है रियल के सिनेरियो के अंदर। तो आपने मेक श्योर करना है आपके बिजनेस रिक्वायरमेंट इस तरह से हो कि डिफरेंट वैल्यूज के सिलेक्शन के ऊपर डिफरेंट कंडीशनल रेंडरिंग हो रही हो, या यूआई का फ्लो पूरा चेंज हो जाता हो, लेकिन आपका जो बेसिक मॉडल हो ना जिसके अंदर वैल्यू बैठ के जाती है वो स्टिल सेम रहे। तो उस केस में इसको यूज करना बहुत अच्छा रहता है। इसके अलावा आपने बिजनेस रिक्वायरमेंट देखनी होती है, साथ साथ अपना एक्सपीरियंस और इंस्टीट्यूट को भी यूज करना पड़ता है, क्योंकि ये चीज ऐसी है अगर आप विदाउट ज़्यादा इसको ब्रेनस्टॉर्म करें, इसमें इन्वॉल्व हो जाएँगे, तो तब भी ये टर्न्स आउट टू बी बैड, इट कैन बी टर्न आउट टू बी बैड। और अगर बहुत ज़्यादा इस पे सोचेंगे तो शायद आप इसको अडॉप्ट भी ना करें। तो आपका एक्सपीरियंस और अपने बैकएंड डेवलपर्स, फ्रंट एंड डेवलपर की डिस्कशंस के बाद आप लोग जो है इसको कर सकते हैं। जो बातें मैंने बताई हैं इसको मैंने ऑलरेडी बता दिया कि कब हमें इसको यूज़ नहीं करना चाहिए, जब हमारी जो मॉडल है बेसिकली मॉडल के अंदर चेंजेस होने के ज़्यादा चांसेस हो, ठीक है? और हमारा जो मॉडल है वो बहुत ज़्यादा कॉम्प्लेक्स हो और लाइक उसके किसी एक ट्वीक के ऊपर भी हमारी यूआई बिल्कुल डिफरेंट हो सकती है, तो उन केसेस में आप इसको शायद यूज़ ना करें तो बेहतर है। बट दिस कमेंट्स इज सोलली बेस्ड ऑन माय ओन पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस, तो इट कैन बी वरी। आप लोग जब इस पर खुद काम करेंगे तो आई वुड सजेस्ट कि आप लोग काम करें और इसको एक्सप्लोर भी करेंगे। इसके जो कुछ फ़ायदे हैं ना, इसके अंदर मैंने एक प्रेजेंटेशन में टाइम की वजह से एक एक एग्जाम्पल नहीं डाली जो कि मैंने कोड में इम्प्लीमेंट करी हुई है। वो ये कि लोग समझते हैं कि जब हम इस चीज़ को अप्रोच को यूज़ करते हैं तो लाज़मी है कि हम अपने कोड को 100% मेटाडेटा पावर्ड बनाएँ। ये ज़रूरी नहीं है। आपका फॉर्म इस तरह से भी हो सकता है कि उसका कुछ पार्ट जो है वो वैल्यू के सिलेक्शन के ऊपर डिफरेंट दिखता हो, लेकिन उसका कुछ पार्ट जो है ऐसा हो कि उसके मॉडल में कंटीन्यूअस चेंज आता हो। तो वो पार्ट जो उसका ज़्यादा चेंज नहीं आता, लेकिन उसकी यानी कि उसके मॉडल में चेंज नहीं आता लेकिन यूआई में चेंज आता है, तो आप सिंपली उसको मेटाडेटा पावर्ड कर दें, लेकिन बाकी काम को आप स्टैटिक भी रख सकते हैं। तो इसकी जो सबसे बड़ा फ़ायदा है बेसिकली कि इसको यूज़ करने की वजह से आप लिमिटेड नहीं होते हैं। और ये काम मैंने ऑलरेडी जो हमारे इंश्योरेंस प्लान का ब्लॉक है बेसिकली वो मैंने पूरा जनरेट स्टैटिकली करा है। मैं उसको भी डायनामिकली कर सकता था, बट जस्ट टू गिव यू एन एग्जांपल, मैंने उसको भी जो स्टैटिक रखा है ताकि आप लोग ये देख सकें कि स्टैटिक कोड को हम किस तरह से इंटीग्रेट कर सकते हैं अपने मेटाडेटा पावर के साथ, जो कि आप लोग कोड में आपको मिल जाएगा। ठीक है? सब और इसकी एक अच्छी एग्जांपल ये, अगर आपने कोड इस तरह से लिखें कि बहुत पूरा जेनेरिक हो, तो आप इंडिपेंडेंट ऑफ फ्रेमवर्क भी हो सकते हैं। कि मैंने जैसे फ्यू में लिखा है, अगर मैं यही कंपोनेंट थोड़ी-सी ट्वीक के साथ रिएक्ट के अंदर डालूँ तो ये वहाँ पे भी चल जाएँगे, एंगुलर में भी चल जाएँगे। सही है? इसके अलावा हमारी रिसोर्सेज़ बचाती है ये चीज़, क्योंकि डेफिनिटली अगर आप चाहते हैं कि आपकी यूआई सिर्फ चेंज हो रही है, मॉडल सेम है, तो आप बार-बार उसको जाके क्यों चेंज करें? एक ही दफ़ा एक ऐसा सिस्टम डिज़ाइन कर दें कि सिर्फ डेटा में चेंज करें, वो चीज़ पूरी। तो फ़ायदे इसके हैं। इसके फिर साथ के साथ नुकसान भी हैं। उनमें से कुछ नुकसान ये है कि इसके अंदर रेंडरिंग बहुत ज़्यादा होती है। अगर आपका कोई यूआई है वो इतनी ज़्यादा कॉम्प्लेक्स है, वो बार-बार बेसिकली तो जब भी आप अपने मेटाडेटा में चेंज करेंगे या जब भी आप कोई वैल्यू सेलेक्ट करेंगे और उसकी बेस के ऊपर पूरा पे यानी कि उसका जो फॉर्म रेंडर होना होगा, तो जब भी वैल्यू चेंज होगी वो पूरा दोबारा से री-रेंडर होगा। तो ये इसके अंदर एक थोड़ा-सा बैड एस्पेक्ट है, लेकिन इट टोटली डिपेंड ऑन योर एप्लीकेशन एज़ वेल। सो इसके कुछ इस तरह से ये कॉन्स भी हैं। आई
Sorry
थिंक
to
ये मैं
interrupt
स्लाइड्स
you,
पे
Asad.
चलूँगा तो यस, यस। आई एम
We have
जस्ट
shortage of
रैपिंग इट अप।
time and
या
we have questions also,
Yeah,
and you
sure.
have to
Just
answer
give me
those
a minute.
questions.
Before I answer any question, I would like to mention my colleague Momin bin Shahid.
Mm-hmm.
He helped me a lot throughout this preparing this presentation. So do check it out, his website, and this is my information. So
Right.
yeah, we can definitely take questions now.
Okay, fine. First question is from Muhammad Imran Ansari, and the question is, which JS framework is supported data-driven UI capabilities?
ओके, सो मैंने अपनी पूरी टॉक के अंदर इस चीज़ को मेंशन करा है कि ये इंडिपेंडेंट ऑफ एनी फ्रेमवर्क है। बेसिकली डेटा ड्रिवन प्रोग्रामिंग जो है एक अप्रोच है जो कि सॉफ्टवेयर इंजीनियरिंग का पार्ट है, और ये बहुत सालों से है, 15 20 30 साल जब से सॉफ्टवेयर इंजीनियरिंग आया है हमारे पास, जब से ये अप्रोच है। बेसिकली हमने सिर्फ उसको इनकॉर्पोरेट करा है अपने काम को डिजाइन करने के लिए। तो इट्स टोटली इंडिपेंडेंट ऑफ एनी फ्रेमवर्क। यू कैन यूज make your application matter data powered in React, Angular, Vue, and in any framework.
Thank you for the answer. Next question, please. Do we have next question? Next question is from Ali Sufyan. How do you compare your approach with Angular Reactive Forms, MVC, Knockout.js, and other available frameworks?
Okay. Okay. So, Angular reactive forms, it's something different because we are like I have developed this whole application Vue.js, and we have watchers and reactive framework in Vue.js as well, and similarly definitely in React as well. But this thing is different. Like this is something that we are saying we are removing our static code implementation and just uh, rendering it on the base of some data. So I think I need to know your answer in some detail so I can answer better. So maybe you can contact me on LinkedIn as well. So I'll answer there in detail as well.
Thank you so much. And next question.
I think that was all.
We are done with the questions?
Yep.
Okay, fine. Thank you
All,
so much, Asad, for the lovely presentation. I hope the audience enjoyed your session. Thank you so much
all,
for
thank you.
joining. Allah Hafiz. Okay, so these were the speakers, and now let's welcome Mr. Hassan Nisar. He will be presenting closing notes for today. So we have Hassan Nisar.
Yep, can you hear me?
Yeah. Um, Welcome to DevCon 6 conference. Hassan Nisar, over to you.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me and giving me a chance to such a wonderful platform which you guys have built, especially Raheel Coker, DevCon team, and Datum Scare. I mean, such a wonderful platform, to be honest with you. And I've been hearing to some notes. I've been hearing to some of the speeches been given. A lot of that was, a language which I could not understand, to be honest with you, because I'm not a technology person. Although I own one of the companies which falls under IT industry. Anyhow, well, talking about what I see in DevCon and what has been happening over the past 6 years, that is something phenomenal. The platform have grew like anything, माशाल्लाह. अभी अगर हम देखते हैं इसको पिछले 6 सालों के अंदर जिस तरह इस प्लेटफॉर्म को स्टार्ट किया गया और आज माशाल्लाह across the globe people are participating in it. That's something phenomenal, and that brings me to a point जो कि इंतहाई अहम है. आप developers, software engineers, you guys are the ones जिनकी वजह से या कहा जा सकता है कि यू आर दोज पीपल जिन पे आने वाला वक्त मुकम्मल तौर पे डिपेंडेंट है. ओ माय गॉड, just just the thought of it, gives me goosebumps, by looking at it, what technology can do and what kind of wonders this technology and you guys have achieved, mashallah, in such a limited time of past 30-40 years. That's wonderful. Well, since मेरे पास कहने को यकीनन हमेशा बहुत कुछ होता है, but what I would really, that's what I would really want to talk about at this point of time is कि पाकिस्तान के अंदर और स्पेसिफिकली इस ग्लोबल प्लेटफॉर्म जिसको इस वक्त पूरी दुनिया देख रही है और बहुत से लोग जिसमें पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे हैं, इस तरह के प्लेटफॉर्म्स की हम लोगों को इससे बेहद ज़्यादा ज़रूरत है, जिससे एक्सपोजर क्रिएट हो, जिससे पीपल वुड गेट टू नो मोर अबाउट कि दुनिया के अंदर इस वक्त क्या चल रहा है. Once again, DevCon is such a wonderful platform जिसकी वजह से आज मैं देख रहा हूँ कि मेरे हल्का अहबाब के अंदर, the people who are in my social network, the people who usually do not actually step into such kind of platforms, आज वो भी इसको देख रहे हैं. Or at least, they're getting some information. They're getting a lot of information, not some, but a lot of information about how things are going to change. I specifically, belongs to a call center industry, telemarketing. And आज से 20 साल पहले, 22 साल पहले जब पाकिस्तान के अंदर या I mean, for us, you know, that was a very weird thing कि पाकिस्तान के अंदर बैठ के आप दुनिया के मुख्तलिफ कोनों के अंदर लोगों को कॉल्स करेंगे एंड देन कॉल्स करके उनको प्रोडक्ट सेल करने की कोशिश करेंगे या उनकी कॉल्स रिसीव करेंगे टू प्रोवाइड देम यू नो सर्विसेज एंड उस वक्त भी मेरे लिए ये एक अजूबा था यू नो दैट वाज अ वंडर फॉर मी एंड इवन टुडे एज वेल यू नो दैट्स सिंपली अ वंडर फॉर मी जस्ट थिंक ऑफ इट यू नो आप दुनिया के एक कोने में बैठे हुए जो आज से 100-200 साल पहले शायद इंसान ख्याल भी नहीं रखता होगा वहाँ पे पहुँचने का लेकिन because of the technology, because of the coding which you guys have done, because of engineering which you guys have brought in, has made all of that possible. और आज आज यानी कि आज से 20 साल पहले जो लैग्स आते थे 20 साल पहले जो टेक्नोलॉजी की limitations थी mashallah because of the you know creative minds like you guys all of you who have actually spoken through this platform have actually made that possible कि पाकिस्तान के अंदर इस वक्त more than 10,000 call centers 10,000 से ज़्यादा इस वक्त तकरीबन call centers operate कर रहे हैं और उसमें से you can say about 95% of them have maybe seen those countries whom they are serving as you know they've never actually experienced the culture but because of the technology the platforms have been built. I mean, it's a funny thing when the very first time when I went to one of the countries which we have served as vendors, when I went there, prior to that, my exposure or my knowledge about that country was entirely different. When I went there and I realized that इंसान ही बसते हैं पूरी दुनिया के अंदर. And you know, while connecting to them, you know, personally and specifically, you know, while being on a different part of the world and communicating with them and you know, telling them about the products that would have not been possible. आज अगर हम बात करें developers technology developments की, I was on an event a while back, just a few weeks back, I believe, where I saw young kids, 24 and 25 years of age, whereas this is not something, you know, unusual now. शायद आज से 20 साल पहले, 25 साल पहले ये समझा जाता था कि एक शख्स के बालों को ग्रे होना बहुत ज़रूरी है, उसकी उम्र का 40 या 50 साल होना ज़रूरी है, इससे पहले कि वो ज़िंदगी में कुछ अकॉम्प्लिश करे. लेकिन टेक्नोलॉजी के आने के बाद people like Gates, people like Elon, people like Zuckerberg, people like Bezos, people like, you know, I'm pretty sure that there is a long list of people, you know, who are out there. उनको देखने के बाद ही अंदाज़ा न सिर्फ अंदाज़ा हुआ बल्कि वो एवोल्यूशन पैदा हुई वो एवोल्यूशन you know that evolution came into being that changed the social dogma that changed the you know the perception entirely that a person if a person wants to pursue something wants to achieve something तो वो बेहद पॉसिबल है सिर्फ करना ये होगा वो कहते हैं कि change is inevitable दुनिया अल्लाह ताला ने बनाई है God has created this world in such a way it's been designed in a way that कि हर आने वाला लम्हा जो है वो पिछले लम्हे से मुख्तलिफ होता है असल में उसको तब्दीली या चेंज बोलते हैं and the sooner the people adopt it you know the sooner the people understands it the sooner the chance for those people or that community is to actually grow further. And as I've talked about, you know, as I've named a few people just a while back, उनको देखते हुए उनको सामने रखते हुए उन लोगों की मिसालें और जिस इवेंट का मैं जिक्र कर रहा हूँ जहाँ पे मैं था those CEOs were just 23-24 years of age and the speakers they have called in on their triversary were not younger than 45 or 50 years of age. I mean, it's like a completely different era we are living in right now. कि इतनी कम उम्र के अंदर वो तमाम चीज़ें आज पॉसिबल हैं और उस पॉसिबिलिटी की रीज़न टेक्नोलॉजी है और पाकिस्तान के अंदर इस वक्त बेतहाशा लोग इस टैलेंट को पोजेस करते हैं सिर्फ रियलाइजेशन की बात है एंड द मोमेंट यू नो द पर्सन रियलाइजेस दैट ही कैन डू समथिंग I mean, just think of it. It's really amazing and mesmerizing. आज से 20 साल पहले एक टैक्सी कैब बुलवाने के लिए या 10 साल पहले या 8 साल पहले शायद we used to I mean we had to go to you know on the stops वो बस स्टॉप्स के ऊपर या कहीं पे जाके दूर ढूंढना पड़ता था कि हाँ यार अब गाड़ी मिलेगी नहीं मिलेगी and then you had to negotiate with them कि अच्छा यार अब इतना किराया ले लो और इतना ना लो And today it's just in your hands right now. You pick a cell phone, you click it, and then you just get it. The driver is the car is at your doorstep, and you don't even have to negotiate, because transparency technology jo create karti hai, that's something amazing. I mean, that was something which was causing a lot of I think that was the transparency has always been either the best of all. If it is there, it's the best of all tools to accelerate, to grow further. But if it isn't there, that's the biggest hindrance, in any community society. So my suggestion, it's not just a suggestion, but it's a reality. That what this technology and this software development and this new technology has created, uh, based upon the need of the customer, based upon the need of the user, and removing all of those obstacles between उनके दरमियान जो कि कस्टमर एंड यूज़र है और जो प्रोडक्ट डेवलपर है, उसके दरमियान जो मीडियम्स हैं उनको ख़त्म करके एक ऐसी ट्रांसपेरेंट इन्वायरमेंट क्रिएट की है कि आप लोगों की एक्सेस में वो तमाम चीज़ें आ चुकी हैं जो कि इससे पहले सिर्फ और सिर्फ अमीर या पैसे वाले लोगों के लिए एक लग्जरी हुआ करती थी. और to me, this is, it's solving the old problems in the new ways, in a more transparent ways. That's something, which has brought a lot of business. To be honest, business इसी का नाम है कि आप प्रॉब्लम्स को सॉल्व कर सकते हैं, वो प्रॉब्लम्स जो कि हमेशा से एग्जिस्ट करती हैं, बुनियादी ज़रूरतें इंसान की, और आने वाले वक्तों में जो इंसान को ज़रूरतें पड़ सकती हैं उनको सामने रखते हुए, इफ़ वी ट्राई टू सॉल्व देम in a transparent way, that's the key to success. I've always asked myself a question, and since we have a developer community here, इस platform के ऊपर, that maybe my knowledge is not as much as it should have been, but why? I mean, the creativity and the newness. One is duplicating the ideas which are already there, and one is building up the platforms such as Amazon, or such as Facebook, or such as all of those which are global success all across the globe. I'm sorry, excuse me. ऐसे platforms को build करने के लिए, and that's something I want to suggest as well, and that's a question as well to the community, and that's a thought as well. What is it that we as a country should do to develop that? I have one answer for that, and I'm going to share it. Like just looking at this DevCon platform, that was just a mere idea, maybe about 9 years back, and then someone stood up, and then someone thought about it, and someone started to work upon it. And then what happened, I'm pretty sure, मैं सिर्फ उस प्रोसेस को शेयर करना चाह रहा हूँ, कि यही होता है कि जब भी एक सोच, एक ख्याल आता है इंसान के ज़हन में, whenever there is a thought in the mind, तो वो ख्याल खालिक हकीकी, if it is from the God, he actually provides you with the opportunity to fulfill that as well. What stops a person to achieve greatness and heights is the persistence and consistency and the belief of that person. वो चांद पे जाना, going to the moon, maybe that happened have been thought 2000 3000 years back, कि चांद पे नजर तो जाती थी, और ये इंकशाफ तो जहन में होता होगा, that must have been the thought in the mind कि यार चांद पे क्या है, वहाँ पे वो रोशनी क्यों आती है. But someone did something about it, after 3000 years in 20th century, and then they started working upon it. और फिर क्या हुआ कि आज मरीख के ऊपर, मार्स के ऊपर जाने की बातें हो रही हैं. Now we're talking about commercial flights to the space and all of that. I'm just thinking that there are two parts in which people are distributed in this entire globe. एक वो है जो कि आप जैसे लोग हैं, the people who are developers, who are innovators, who are inventors, who are trying to provide solutions. And then एक वो लोग हैं जो कि बहुत बड़ा एक हजूम है, about 90% maybe of the overall population, who's maybe just there to actually use it. But I'm addressing the 10% people like you who are there to actually provide solutions or to innovate and invent. कि अगर आपने आपके जहन में एक आइडिया आ गया हुआ है, एक सोच आ गई हुई है, तो उस चीज़ के ऊपर बिलीव करना, पहले तो ये सवाल अपने आप से पूछना कि वो सोच जो आई है, the thought which has came into your mind, can that really go ahead and solve the problem? And the larger the solution, the larger audience it attracts, the larger audience it can solve the problem for. um, उस आइडिया का साइज उतना ही बड़ा है, उसकी सक्सेस भी उतनी बड़ी है. बट व्हाट वी हैव टू रिमेंबर इज कि वो स्लीपलेस नाइट्स, वो स्ट्रगल्स, वो धक्के खाना और वो फेलियर्स उसका पार्ट है. अगर जहन में ख्याल आ गया तो अल्लाह ताला ने क्या किया, आपको एक मौका फराम कर दिया है. अब वही आपके लिए रास्ते भी निकालेगा. इज गोना एक्चुअली क्रिएट वेज फॉर यू. बट ऑल यू हैव टू डू इज कि यू हैव टू ट्रस्ट द प्रोसेस. एक आइडिया आ गया सॉफ्टवेयर का, एक टेक्नोलॉजी का आइडिया आ गया आपके जहन में, एक ऐप बनाने का आइडिया आ गया, या किसी भी तरह का सोल्यूशन प्रोवाइड बनाने का आइडिया आ गया. हो सकता है कि वो सर्विस, फिर एक और प्रॉब्लम जो कि होती है कि हमेशा हर वक्त ट्राइंग टू री इन्वेंट द व्हील. That's one thing which I've observed in my career of business, that I've seen a lot of people, they try to reinvent the wheel, whereas जिंदगी एक ही बार मिलती है, और उसके अंदर जितना ज़्यादा आप इंसानियत की खिदमत कर सकते हैं, as much as you can help the community, the humankind, that you should do, because the life is there only for once. तो उस वक्त आप reinvention के बजाय, just look around. Maybe in order for you to reinvent that wheel, to reinvent that whole process, it might take an year or maybe a few weeks or a whole day. But if you just look around, there are people out there who have already done that. So take their help, take their guidance, and then not necessarily that you have to actually invent something new. You can improvise on the already idea. Technology ने initially जब start किया तो यही किया, और अभी भी अगर देखा जाए तो यही कर रही है. एंड आने वाले वक्तों में भी ज़रूरत के हिसाब से उसके सॉल्यूशंस निकलेंगे, कि वो प्रॉब्लम्स जो कि पहले भी एग्जिस्ट करते थे, उनके ट्रेडिशनल सॉल्यूशंस मौजूद थे, उनको सॉल्व करना. मतलब अगर बात करनी है तो उसके लिए पहले कबूतर इस्तेमाल करते थे. People used to use pigeons, maybe to send the letters or to send the message across, or maybe send someone out there on a messenger to send the message. But now you have WhatsApp, or maybe prior to that you had texts. ये क्या किया, टेक्नोलॉजी प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व किया. So similarly, just look around what kind of problems are out there which has not been solved yet through technology. उनका solution जरूर मौजूद होगा, traditional way में होगा. But just try to find a technological way of actually solving it. And the second thing is, ये तो इन्वेंशन की तरफ, इनोवेशन की तरफ बात होती है. दूसरा ज़रूरी नहीं है कि एक आइडिया, जैसे सोशल मीडिया का प्लेटफॉर्म हमारे पास पहले मौजूद था. वी हैड फेसबुक, वी हैड यूट्यूब, but someone came up with TikTok and then improvised it all of a sudden. And today TikTok is a huge hit. And then Instagram came in, and then a lot of other platforms which came in for different purposes. And that's how it works. I'm just here to share the fact that at the age of 26, I was invited to United States to be honored with a medal for my services. Now, I'm a kid. I was a kid at that point of time, who had no, you can say a very strong kind of a background. But I was being invited there for one reason. I mean, पहले तो आपको पता ही नहीं चलता कि जो आप काम कर रहे हो बड़ा है या छोटा है. सर फेंक के जो इंस्ट्रक्शंस जो जहन में आपके ख्याल आ रहा है उसको इम्प्लीमेंट करने की ज़रूरत होती है. एंड देन फिर क्या होता है कि वो ख्याल अल्लाह ताला आपको मदद करता है और फिर उसके अंदर कामयाबी मिलती है. फिर वक्त आया कि वो $2.5 million, $1.5 million वर्थ ऑफ रेवेन्यू का वो बिजनेस बन गया. कैसे बन गया, मेरा सिंपल जवाब है कि बस सर फेंक के मेहनत करते रहे उसके ऊपर. एंड देन इट स्टार्टेड प्रोड्यूसिंग अ लॉट ऑफ प्रॉफिट्स. इसी तरह जब बिजनेस की इनिशिएशन की तरफ गए, तो बिजनेस की इनिशिएशन के अंदर भी नाउ आई ओन 4 companies, and all of those companies are successful. And alhamdulillah, we've been paying our people before time and all of that. Those are some huge accomplishments which I feel like should be actually talked about. But what I'm trying to say is कि जब आपके ज़हन के अंदर आइडिया आता है, you start it, and then you need to stick to it. One of the major problems I've seen with the people, when they step into business or try to become an entrepreneur, is that they want to start it part-time. You need to do your maths first before you step into that. कि हाँ जी, अब मैंने boats burn कर लेनी है और अब मैंने बस I have to do this. Although that is the best one of the better way of stepping into anything you want to do or you want to initiate or start. And then at the age of 30, when I started my first business, I had a very limited capital with me, and all of that was my own saved money. But the belief was there और इस चीज़ के ऊपर कि इंशाल्लाह ताला, बिकॉज नीयत साफ होना, और असल में मकसद क्या है इस बिजनेस को करने का, कम्युनिटी के अंदर वैल्यू क्रिएट करना. एंड दैट वाज अ स्कूल. And thanks to you guys, the technology people who have helped us out during the pandemic, because of which we were able to teach our students throughout that pandemic time through technology and different platforms. और फिर उसके बाद सेकंड बिजनेस इनिशिएट किया, फिर थर्ड किया, एंड नाउ वी आर इन द प्रोसेस ऑफ फोर्थ किया, एंड इन द प्रोसेस ऑफ राइट नाउ डेवलपिंग द फिफ्थ वन. और वो सब सक्सेस हैं. लेकिन ये बताने का मकसद ये है कि ये तो सक्सेस स्टोरीज तो सबके अच्छी भी लगती हैं, देख के उनमें इंटरेस्ट भी आता है, लेकिन उसके पीछे जो स्ट्रगल होती है उस स्ट्रगल को रियलाइज़ करना ज़रूरी है. तो कहीं पे भी अगर आपको ऐसा लगे कि यार अब जो मैंने अपना आइडिया इनिशिएट किया, चाहे आप जॉब कर रहे हैं, चाहे आप फ्रीलांसर हैं, चाहे आप एंटरप्रेन्योर हैं, चाहे आप सॉफ्टवेयर हाउस ओन करते हैं, ऐसे वक्त आएंगे. ऐसा नहीं हो सकता ज़िंदगी के अंदर कि ऐसे वक्त ना आए आपके पास कि जहाँ पे मुश्किलात का आपको सामना ना करना पड़े. और ऐसा भी नहीं हो सकता कि आपको ऐसा लगे कि बस मैं I'm sorry, ऐसा भी नहीं हो सकता कि आपको ऐसा लगे कि यार सब कुछ स्मूथ चल रहा है. और कुछ ऐसे लम्हात भी आएंगे. एक चीज़ खुशी के अंदर जो है ना, जब कोई सक्सेस, कोई क्लाइंट, कोई बड़ी इनवॉइस आपको रिसीव हो, बोनसेस रिसीव हो, तो उस वक्त कोशिश करें फैसले करने से इज्तनाब करें. और दूसरी तरफ जब तकलीफ में हो, क्लाइंट्स नहीं मिल रहे, आपको बिजनेस नहीं मिल रहा, आपको फ्रीलांसिंग प्रोजेक्ट्स नहीं मिल रहे, आपकी प्रमोशंस नहीं हो रही, तो सबसे पहले जो अपना एहतसाब है, जिसको कहते हैं, ट्राई टू एक्चुअली डू द सेल्फ कैथारसिस एंड ट्राई टू लुक इनटू व्हाट यू हैव व्हाट यू माइट हैव मिस्ड. नॉट नेसेसरली दैट कि आपने कुछ मिस किया होगा, हो सकता है कि सब कुछ आपने पूरा किया हो, लेकिन इससे पहले कि आप किसी फैसले की तरफ नतीजे को देख के आ जाए, आई मीन व्हेन यू सी द रिजल्ट्स एंड यू जस्ट डिसाइड right away before even analyzing that what you have missed, that's something which is going to lead you towards wrong decisions. A lot of people, they have gotten so close. I've seen tons of people in my almost 2 decades of experience, 1.5 plus years decade of experience. A lot of talented people had a lot of talent, could have done so wonderful, but they have gotten nowhere just because of the fact that these two things which I've talked about. Number एक, खुशी में क्या हुआ, बस कुछ इरादे कर लेना और कुछ फैसले कर लेना, और गमी के अंदर और जब तकलीफ के अंदर रहे तो उस वक्त दिल बर्दाश्ता हो जाना, यानी कि they just don't want to actually pursue it. और वो टैलेंट भी वेस्ट हो गया. क्यों? क्योंकि काउंसलिंग अवेलेबल नहीं है. क्यों? क्योंकि मोस्टली हमारे कंट्री के अंदर लॉट ऑफ पीपल they've been just trained to be बचपन से ही कि जी फर्स्ट आना है क्लास के अंदर, नंबर कितने हैं तुम्हारे, लेकिन उसके पीछे क्या वो नंबर लेने के लिए आपने कॉन्सेप्ट्स आपके क्लियर हैं, या फर्स्ट नहीं आए तो ये बुरी बात नहीं है. ये चीज़ अब माशाल्लाह अब स्कूल्स इन कॉलेजेस इन घरों के अंदर अब ये तरबियत आना शुरू हो गई, लेकिन पहले ऐसा नहीं था. और अभी भी वही जनरेशन चल रही है जिसको ये सिखाया गया था कि बस आपने फर्स्ट ही आना है. और फर्स्ट आने के लिए आई मीन समटाइम you're not required to be first. I mean, it's not necessary that कि आपने हमेशा कामयाबी होना है. वो कामयाबी हमेशा अचीव होती है मल्टीपल एक्सपेरिमेंट्स के बाद. आप कोडर्स सबसे बेहतरीन समझते हैं, the people who actually codes. I think you are the best people to understand that कि if an idea comes into your mind and something new you want to invent, तो पहली बार कोड लिखते ही हो सकता है कि शायद वो एग्जीक्यूट ना हो रहा हो, और हो सकता है कि आप पहली बार एग्जीक्यूशन के बावजूद भी आपको उसके अंदर इम्प्रोवाइजेशन नजर आ रही हो. जिंदगी भी ऐसी है, बिजनेस भी ऐसी है, कारोबार और नौकरियां भी ऐसी हैं कि आपको तकलीफें भी आएंगी, आपको प्रॉब्लम्स भी होंगी, लेकिन उस वक्त बस अपने आप को इस चीज़ के ऊपर वो रखें और अपने आप को याद करवाएं कि व्हाई यू स्टार्टेड इट. करियर का जब आपने स्टार्ट किया, ये बिजनेस आपने स्टार्ट किया, फ्रीलांसिंग में आपको से you decided to actually step into freelancing or whatsoever इनिशिएटिव जो आपने लिया, तो जब आपको क्लाइंट्स नहीं मिल रहे तो आपने उस वक्त को याद करें जब आपने अपनी नौकरी छोड़ी थी, या उस वक्त को याद करें जब आपने जॉब शुरू की थी, कि जब आपके पास वो जॉब नहीं थी तो तब वो आपके लिए कितनी अहमियत रखती थी, या जब आपने जॉब छोड़ी थी अपने बिजनेस को स्टार्ट करने के लिए तो तब आपने क्या किया, एंड व्हाट काइंड ऑफ प्रॉब्लम्स उस वक्त आपके जहन में क्या था, और अब चीज़ जब प्रॉब्लम्स आ रही हैं तो क्यों आपकी सोच तब्दील हो गई. यकीनन आपको जवाब मिल जाएंगे. I really appreciate the opportunity once again, guys. Rahil, specifically to you, both the Rahils. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Hassan Nisar. That was an inspiring speech indeed. Thank you so much for joining us.
Appreciate it.
Take care and Allah Hafiz. So, that was a great session today. I enjoyed a lot the session, and I hope the audience also enjoyed the session. And I would like to thank all the speakers for sharing such an amazing presentation with us. And we will be coming with more conferences in the future. For that, for updates, stay tuned with us. And don't forget to subscribe our YouTube channel and our social media handlers. And take care. Allah Hafiz.